national anthem will be sung today by the member for Sarnia-Lambton.
Oh, Canada, our home and native land, true patriot love in all of us command. Quand on brasse et porte le pays, il sait porter la croix. Ton histoire est une épopée des plus brillants exploits. God keep our land glorious and free. Oh, Canada, we stand on guard for thee. Oh, Canada, we stand on guard for thee.
Que l'on ouvre les portes, let the doors be open. Statements by members, déclaration de députés. The honourable member from Don Valley East.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. October 6 marks the Electrical Injury Day of Recognition, an initiative led by the International Brotherhood of Electrical Workers, the Canadian Electrical Contractors Association, the National Electrical Trades Council, and other industry groups. This day is dedicated to raising awareness about the dangers of electric shock injuries, which can have long-term health effects with no cure. Proper awareness and safe work practices are essential to preventing these injuries and ensuring the safety of tradespeople. Key safety practices include establishing an electrical safe work condition by isolating electrical equipment, testing for absence of voltage, and using lockout-tagout protocols. I want to thank the organizations behind the Electrical Injury Day of Recognition for their ongoing commitment to promoting health and safety in the industry. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member from Simcoe Grey.
Mr. Speaker, this year marks the 10th anniversary of the Small Halls Festival, a unique 8-week festival with events across the communities of Clearview Township. Community centres, outdoor stages, and churches in Creemore, Singhampton, Duntroon, Nottawa, Sunnydale Corners, Brentwood, Dunedin, and Stayner will each host different events. Whether it's whiskey or wine tasting, beer or food pairing, chicken races, craft fairs, car shows, a do-it-yourself marble run competition, or music or art shows of any styles and varieties. There really is something for everyone at the Small Halls Festivals. Congratulations to Mayor Doug Measures, Deputy Mayor Paul Van Stavern, Clearview Township Council, and the more than 250 community volunteers and sponsors who make the festival possible. Come to Clearview Township to celebrate the best of rural living and see why this award-winning festival is one of the greatest in Ontario.
The honourable member from Hamilton Mountain.
Speaker, Women's History Month gives us an opportunity to celebrate the achievements of Canadian women, and since this year's theme is about women at work, I want to highlight the integral role that women play in shaping our economy. I regularly meet with women entrepreneurs in my riding of Hamilton Mountain, like Bridget Soares of Apostrophe Accounting, Julie Bobiak of the Lucaya Cafe, Julie DiNardo of Gleam Smile Center, and the Montague sisters, who founded Black Owned, which helps uplift and promote other local businesses. And because of these conversations, I know how important this government's initiatives have been. Our national childcare strategy has helped more women enter the workforce than ever before. Our women's entrepreneurship strategy is providing loans and investments and a critical knowledge hub. And I believe measures like these are due to the fact we have gender parity in cabinet and Canada's first ever woman finance minister. So while Conservatives just keep hurling meaningless slogans on this side of the House, we're actually getting things done.
The honourable member for Rivière-du-Nord. Mr. Speaker, let's be clear. It's legitimate to demonstrate for peace in the Middle East and to be distressed by the number of civilian casualties. But to demonstrate on October 7th, shouting, "We are Hamas, we are Hezbollah," or "Death to Canada," as we saw in Vancouver, is despicable, Mr. Speaker. and it echoes the excesses we're also hearing in Quebec. The Bloc unreservedly condemns this type of language. There's a difference, an ocean, in fact, between freedom of expression and claiming responsibility for recognized terrorist entities. There's an ocean between wanting security and freedom for the Palestinians and calling for the death of Canada. And this from a separatist, Mr. Speaker. Message to those who want a ceasefire for real. Ask your government why it's doing absolutely nothing instead of intimidating your Jewish neighbors in Quebec and Canada who have nothing to do with this. That's the difference between a pro-Palestinian demonstration for peace and an anti-Jewish demonstration for violence. The Honourable Member for Markham Unionville.
Speaker, I rise today in support of Bill C-71, a vital piece of legislation that addresses long-standing injustice faced by lost Canadians. Individuals who, due to the Harper conservative first-generation limit, have been unfairly excluded from Canadian citizenship. These individuals have lived, worked, and contributed to Canada. Bill C-71 will grant citizenship to those who were unfairly impacted by the previous Conservative government while establishing a substantial connection to Canada's test moving forward. I look forward to working with parliamentarians from all parties to get this work done. It is time to right this historical wrong and ensure that all who should rightfully be Canadians are recognized as such. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Hear, hear.
The Honourable Member from Red Deer, Mountain View.
One of the great local heroes of Markerville, Alberta, is renowned Icelandic poet Stefan G. Stephenson. Born into poverty in northern Iceland in 1853, he immigrated to the U.S. in 1873 and then in 1889 to his Markerville home. Farmer by day and prolific poet by night, he composed verse, not in English but in his native Icelandic. He has been called the greatest poet of the Western world, publishing more than 2,000 pages of high-standard poetry. The local Stefan G. Stephenson Icelandic Society, formed 50 years ago, restored the original home site, which is now an Alberta Provincial Historical Site. The Writers Guild of Alberta annually presents the Stefan G. Stephenson Award in his honor as they celebrate this amazing poet and playwright. Recently, Donna Nelson, volunteer extraordinaire, was recognized for her exemplary contribution to the preservation and presentation of Alberta's heritage. Congratulations, Donna.
The Honourable Member from Aurora, Oak Ridges, Richmond Hill.
Mr. Speaker, as we celebrate Women's History Month this October, we're reminded of the incredible impact women have made and continue to make in our economy and communities. The theme, Women at Work, Economic Growth, Past, Present, and Future, beautifully highlights this ongoing journey. Today, we celebrate incredible local leaders in my riding, like Monique Dennison from the Richmond Hill Board of Trade and Sandra Ferry from the Chamber of Commerce, who are working every day to support businesses. Entrepreneurs like Tanya Lindsay and small business owners like Deborah Clark and Jacqueline Zhang. Real estate like Heidi Kreiner-Lee, and young women like Paris Johnson. And many other women who are so vital to the small and medium businesses in our communities. Over the last 40 years, women have powered 1/3 of Canada's economic growth, and there's still so much potential ahead. Our government not only celebrates women's history, but believes in their future. We will always support women and protect their rights, unlike the official opposition and its leader. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member from Saint Laurent.
Mr. Speaker, October is Breast Cancer Awareness Month, a time to increase awareness and raise funds for research into its cause, prevention, diagnosis, treatment, and cure. Notre gouvernement a financé le...
Our government has funded a study into preventive care to help to accelerate various treatments for breast cancer. More and more women, particularly Indigenous women and Black women with breast cancer in 40 years old and not 50.
There's not enough Canadian research to justify making a change. Mr. Speaker, that in itself is unacceptable and indicates that we need more relevant and recent research done on women's health that must include Black, Asian, and Indigenous women.
Unfortunately, in some provinces, the recommendation to start screening is at 50. This means that many people are diagnosed already at an advanced stage which reduces their chance of survival.
All of the awesome organizations and businesses, including Pink in the City and Alphabet Cafe, who have campaigns of their own for this very worthy cause. Your contributions are saving lives, and we want to thank you very much.
The honourable member from New Brunswick Southwest.
Mr. Speaker, DFO officials, in writing, told me 10 months ago they would work with the Harbour Authority at Sealy's Cove on critical wharf repairs. Yesterday, DFO announced this federal wharf would be condemned. And I've discovered no discussions about repairs at Sealy's Cove happened with the Harbour Authority. In other words, I was misled by a public servant. This is after the Liberals cut small craft harbour funding in my New Brunswick riding, as well as in neighbouring Fundy Royal, this year to support Liberal ridings. The Fisheries Minister even allocated $45 million to wharves in her Quebec riding this summer to save her neck in the next elections. No wonder Canadians believe this Liberal government is corrupt. It is inexcusable for DFO officials to lie to a member of Parliament. It is unforgivable for public servants to operate like partisan Liberals. What the hell is going on at DFO, the Department of Fisheries and Oceans?
Before the member continues, I'm going to ask the honourable member from New Brunswick Southwest to please withdraw the language which is not considered parliamentary. I'm going to ask the honourable member from New Brunswick Southwest to withdraw that word which is not considered parliamentary.
I withdraw that unparliamentary language. The rest stand.
And if I could encourage all members to please, this is the second time in 2 days that this has happened, and I would ask members please to avoid using language which is clearly not parliamentary. À l'ordre, s'il vous plaît.
Order, please.
À l'ordre.
Order, please. The honourable member for Vimy.
Tourism brings people together and fosters a sense of national pride. This week, the Tourism Industry Association of Canada is holding their Hill Days events to showcase our tourism industry and to highlight the importance of the visitor economy. I want to thank them for their work and advocacy for Canadian tourism businesses.
Our government supports the tourism sector with programs like the Tourism Growth Program, available in all regional development agencies. The Conservatives are jeopardizing tourism business support programs with their austerity policies.
We know that investing in tourism leads to economic growth, job creation, environmental protection, and supports the flourishing of local culture, including Indigenous heritage. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member from Saskatoon University.
More proof the NDP Liberals are not worth the cost, crime, or the corruption. The Attorney General found that Liberal appointees, the Green Slush Fund, gave nearly $400 million taxpayers' dollars to their own companies, with over 186 conflict of interest alone, at a time when Canadians can't afford to eat, heat, and house themselves. The Speaker has ruled that the NDP Liberal Costly Coalition violated the House orders to turn over evidence to the police for a criminal investigation into the latest scandal. Obstruction of justice? Anybody? Anybody? Instead of coming clean, the NDP Liberals have chosen to paralyze Parliament, pushing aside all work that we're doing to address the doubling of housing costs, food inflation, and the crime and chaos on our streets. Will the NDP Liberals end the cover-up and give evidence to the police so we can finally get accountability for corruption and Parliament can get back to work?
The honourable member for Chicoutimi-Lafiore. Mr. Speaker, I'm very concerned for our forestry workers in the regions who are deeply attached to their profession. The Liberals, with the support of the Bloc, are not only ignoring their concerns, but threatening them with a decree that will kill at least 1,400 jobs. The Minister of the Environment's decision will seriously jeopardize the survival of this region without even having to take in the trouble to meet them. What we know is that the Bloc is no longer a party of the regions. It will continually convoys the outskirts of Montreal. The proof is the nomination of their new candidate, Patrick Bonin, who has taken a clear position in favour of the decree and is asking the federal government to intervene. Wow, it's really the Bloc Liberal Coalition. The Bloc Liberal Coalition has no understanding of what's happening in our regions. Ignoring these realities will not only be irresponsible, but also reveal a glaring gap between Montreal's concerns and those of the regions. It's time to take action to protect jobs and the future of our regions. Let's put an end to this hypocrisy and give way to common sense. The Honourable Member for Vaudreuil-Soulanges. Mr. Speaker, as we approach International Spain Day, I rise to pay tribute to the Canadians of Spanish descent who have helped build this incredible country. Hundreds of thousands Canadians of Spanish descent have made Canada stronger, generously and proudly adding their language, history, and culture to the great tapestry that we call our country.
Today, for the first time, in the presence of the Spanish Ambassador to Canada, His Excellency Alfredo Martinez Serrano, his wife Rosa Martinez Serrano, State Secretary Olmedo, members of this House, as well as prominent members of Canada's Spanish community. The ceremony served to reinforce the strong ties between Canada and Spain and honor those, like my own grandparents and great-grandparents, who came to our shores following a long journey across the Atlantic. May the strong ties between Canada and Spain only continue to grow, Mr. Speaker, and may Spain and Canada see peace and prosperity in our time. Gracias. Merci. Thank you.
The Honourable Member from Vancouver East.
As the catastrophic war rages on in Sudan, thousands of children are facing imminent death from malnutrition. Gender-based violence targeting women and girls, including sexual assault, is being used as a weapon of war. To date, not one single person has been brought to safety, and the minister's not expecting any arrivals this year. Lives are lost as they wait for their application to be processed. The NDP is once again calling for the government to expedite processing, allow trusted organizations like the IOM to help with biometrics, remove the 3,250 arbitrary application cap, and expand the program to include vulnerable children and those who were outside of Sudan prior to April 15, 2023 and can't get back home due to the war. Over 286,000 Ukrainians had arrived in Canada under the Create program. Sudanese Canadians deserve equitable treatment in the world's largest displacement crisis.
Hear, hear.
The Honourable Member for Drummond. There are parts of our history that the great history has left behind, which find themselves erased in the limbo of oblivion, and yet history cannot be adequately explained without these all too frequently forgotten pivotal moments. Fortunately, in Quebec, we have documentary filmmakers who shed an unusual, unique light on our society, stepping outside the official lines to help us rediscover ourselves. These unmasking men and women of the past, of the discarded real, are to whom we are indebted. Pierre Perrault, Denis Arcand, Michel Brault, Pierre Filardeau, Manon Barbeau, Will Prosper, to name a few. Félix Rose, who is in Ottawa today, belongs to this long lineage of history tellers. He reminds us of significant events we've left out of the national narrative, whether it's the latest Félix or the Bataille de Saint-Léonard, which he will be presenting in Gatineau this evening. Mr. Rose, we salute the exceptional and indispensable work of you as a documentary filmmaker, and I would ask everyone to attend these conscience-raising films in large numbers.
The Honourable colleagues, chers collègues.
Colleagues.
The Honourable Member from Durham.
Mr. Speaker, after 9 years, the NDP Liberals are making Canada unsafe. Violent crime is up 50%, and under this Prime Minister, hate crimes are up 251%. To make matters worse, the NDP Liberals are allowing a terrorist organization to operate freely within our borders, refusing to list Samidoun as a terrorist organization under the Anti-Terrorism Act. Israel and Germany have already listed Samidoun as a terrorist organization. The EU deported the leadership of Samidoun. What exactly are the NDP Liberals waiting for? Common sense Conservatives will ban Samidoun under the Anti-Terrorism Act and make sure that they do not operate within our borders. We will protect Canadians of all faiths and all cultures, bring home safe streets, and ensure that Canadians can live in peace within our communities.
The honourable member from Etobicoke Centre.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, as I was saying, in Canada and around the world, we have seen the emergence of radical far-right movements. These movements have had a profound impact on the type of governments that have been elected and on the lives of millions of people around the world, including here in Canada. They've organized disinformation campaigns designed to divide people and undermine confidence in reliable sources of information. They've impacted how some people treat others. They've impacted how some politicians treat others, including here in Canada, and they've led to some politicians acting against the best interests of Canadians by opposing sound economic policies, by opposing sound social policies like dental care or child care or better long-term care, by undermining fundamental rights like those protected in our Charter, like women's rights, like a woman's right to choose, and by standing against measures to stand up to aggressors like Russia who pose a threat to us all. I urge us all to work together to stop the growth and influence of these far-right movements because it is essential to Canada's security, to our economy, and to our freedom.
Questions orales, oral questions. L'honorable chef de l'opposition.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition. Mr. Speaker, the Conservatives would have liked to work hard in Parliament today to do something about real estate inflation that has doubled costs over 9 years of this Liberal government, or food inflation, which is 36% higher than in the United States. But unfortunately, instead, Parliament is paralyzed due to this Prime Minister. He paralyzed this House by blocking the documents that we ordered to be sent to the RCMP about a $400 million scandal. What exactly is this Prime Minister hiding? The Honourable Government House Leader. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. What the Leader of the Opposition said is completely false. Let me read what the RCMP said about this motion. They said there is a significant risk that this motion may be seen as a way of sidestepping normal inquiry processes and protecting the Charter. We are ready to send this to committee and return to the important business of this House. Thank you. The Honourable Leader of the Opposition. Mr. Speaker, this is a $400 million scandal, 8 times more than the sponsorship scandal in financial terms. The AG has found that there were 186 conflicts of interest. The leader of the Green Slush Fund has already been found guilty of violating the law. When someone steals from you, do you call the cops, or do you simply send the matter to a committee? The Honourable Minister of Innovation. Mr. Speaker, it's very clear that Canadians have had enough of the little games played by the Conservative Party, and they're tired of these Conservative slogans. They've also had enough of the Conservative filibustering. On this side of the House, as we've said several times, we will always be here to protect people's rights and freedoms in Canada. We will always stand up for democracy, and we will fight for Canada. The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Conservatives would have liked to be working today to counter the doubling of housing costs this Prime Minister has caused, or the record food price inflation, which has been 36% higher in Canada than in the US. But unfortunately, the Prime Minister has paralyzed Parliament by refusing your ruling directing his government to turn over evidence in the $400 million Green Slush Fund scandal that the Auditor General says involves 186 conflicts of interest, with the chair of the fund found guilty. What has he got to hide?
The Honourable Leader of the Government in the House of Commons.
Mr. Speaker, the Leader of the Opposition is not being truthful with Canadians. It is the RCMP Commissioner himself who said the RCMP's ability to receive and use information obtained through this production order and under the compulsory powers afforded by the Auditor General Act in the course of a criminal investigation could give rise to concerns under the Canadian Charter of Rights and Freedoms. It is therefore highly unlikely that any information obtained by the RCMP under the motion where privacy interests exist could be used to support a criminal prosecution or further a criminal investigation. Mr. Speaker, let's get
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
This is a $400 million scandal involving Liberal appointees giving millions of dollars to their own companies, and the minister's story is now changing. Last week, she claimed that the government had given documents to the RCMP. This week, they claim that if they gave documents to the RCMP, it would cause the Charter of Rights to come crashing down. It sounds like there's a new story every week to justify paralyzing Parliament to cover up the truth. What is in these documents about this $400 million scandal that the Prime Minister is so afraid of?
The Honourable Leader of the Government in the House of Commons.
Speaker, this is a typical witch hunt from the Leader of the Opposition to go after people who have nothing to do with this. These are files such as personnel files that contain private information of individuals who have nothing to do with what is going on. Mr. Speaker, it is the RCMP and the Auditor General themselves who raise concerns with this motion, and it is the government's view that we should send this to committee so that we can get on with the important work of this House and protect the rights of Canadians.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
A witch hunt. The Ethics Commissioner appointed by this government has found the chair of the fund in violation of the law. The Auditor General, also appointed by this government, says there were 186 conflicts of interest involving Liberal appointees giving millions of dollars to their own companies. $400 million. Potential criminality, according to the main whistleblower in the scandal. Any other employer would voluntarily turn over all the evidence to the police if it had been ripped off by its own staff. What is the Prime Minister hiding?
The Honourable Leader of the Government in the House of Commons.
Mr. Speaker, if and when the police request that information, it will obviously be handed over because that is proper judicial process. But when it is Parliament that is doing it, this is where Canadians should be concerned, Mr. Speaker, because when he is going after the rights of other Canadians, it's only a matter of time before his political vendettas come after the rights of all Canadians. Mr. Speaker.
Député de Belleuil-Chambly.
The Honourable Member for Belleuil-Chambly. Mr. Speaker, just to be clear here, the Bloc Québécois tabled Bill C-282 to exempt supply management from any future trade negotiations. All parties in this House have at different times supported that bill, which is now in the Senate. Now, I'd like to be very clear. The government has executive power based on its democratic election. Does this government still agree that supply management should be exempted from all further trade negotiations in future? The Honourable Minister of Agriculture and Agri-Food.
Mr. Speaker, and being a dairy farmer for a large portion of my life, I fully understand and appreciate the value of the supply management program, Mr. Speaker. Our government fully supports Bill C-282 and urges the other place to move on this legislation as quickly as possible. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member. Let me further clarify, Mr. Speaker. There are two senators, neither of them elected. They're not saying that they're not sure. They're saying very clearly that supply management should be up for grabs in future trade negotiations. It should not be excluded from them. They are saying the opposite of what the government is saying. By not imposing its will on 2 non-elected senators, is this government turning its backs on agricultural producers in Quebec and Canada? The Honourable Minister of National Revenue. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Well, my colleagues should not come to me to say that our government is turning its backs on dairy producers. We have always been there for dairy producers from the very beginning, and we will continue to stand up for them. Mr. Speaker, we decided to appoint independent senators. And once again, I think the Bloc Québécois should be able to understand this concept.
The honourable member from Burnaby South.
You won't believe this. Corporate landlords are using AI technology to rip off renters. They're jacking up rent. Now, the United States is taking legal action against this, but the Liberals are letting it happen here in Canada. Now, I know the Conservatives don't care because their chief advisor is also a chief lobbyist for corporate landlords. But what's the Liberals' excuse?
The Honourable Minister for Housing, Infrastructure and Communities.
Mr. Speaker, I thank my honourable colleague for his question and his concern for the rising cost of rent, which I completely agree is a very serious issue. Where we differ is we're not satisfied with just launching complaints on the floor of the House of Commons. We want to advance policies that actually put solutions on the table that make a meaningful difference for families. That's why we're putting measures in place to help build more homes, like cutting taxes on apartment construction. It's why we're increasing investments to build more affordable housing, and it's why we put a Renters' Bill of Rights on the table to help protect renters in precarious situations. I only wish the NDP would care enough to join us in trying to do something about the problem.
The Honourable Member of Burnaby South.
Excuses are way cheaper than rent. Shamattawa First Nation has had undrinkable water since 2018. And this Liberal government is fighting them in court, arguing that they do not have a legal responsibility to clean the water. They're also arguing that when a minister says something, that's just politics. That's not something you have to believe that they're actually going to do. Will the Liberals call off the lawyers and clean up the water?
The Honourable Minister for Indigenous Services.
Well, Mr. Speaker, that's exactly what we've been doing over the last 9 years, cleaning up the mess that the Conservatives left behind with over $8 billion in investments in clean water operation plants across the country, Mr. Speaker. And we have legislation, incidentally, tied up in committee. Hopefully it will get to this House shortly. I will be testifying tomorrow about the legislation. There are hundreds of chiefs that have called on the NDP and the Conservatives to get this legislation moving through the House so we never go back to that time again.
The honourable member from New Westminster Burnaby knows what I'm about to say, so I'm going to ask him to please not take the mic unless recognised. The honourable member from Haldimand, Norfolk.
After 9 years of the NDP Liberals, taxes are up, costs are up, crime is up, and now time is up. Mr. Speaker, you ruled that the government has violated the House order to turn over evidence to the RCMP related to the $400 million Green Slush Fund scandal. Yet, the Liberal government continues to obstruct justice by refusing to turn over these documents. When will they end this cover-up and let the House focus on solving the housing, food, and inflation crisis that they created?
The Honourable Leader of the Government in the House of Commons.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. What the member opposite is saying is absolutely false. It is the Conservatives who are filibustering their own motion in this House because it is the RCMP and the Auditor General who have both raised their extreme discomfort with the motion that the Conservatives have put forward. If the Conservatives want to get back to work, we are ready to send this to committee to make sure that we can talk about the issues that matter to Canadians. That's what Liberals are here to do. We don't understand why Conservatives don't want to do that. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member from Haldimand, Norfolk.
truth is, it is the Liberal government that is obstructing justice and holding Parliament in contempt by refusing to hand over documents to the RCMP. Now we know why. The Auditor General has found that the Liberal-appointed board members gave nearly $400 million to their own companies. This is happening at a time when Canadians can barely afford food to eat and poverty diseases like scurvy have resurfaced in this country. Will the NDP Liberals take accountability and just hand over those documents to the Canadians?
The Honourable Minister of Justice and Attorney General.
Mr. Speaker, 3 times in this question period I've heard the Conservatives talk about obstructing justice. Let's just talk about how justice works in this country. When law enforcement wants to prosecute an individual, they...
Colleagues, I'm going to invite the Honourable Minister of Justice and Attorney General to start from the top.
Mr. Speaker, 3 times in this question period so far, I've heard Conservatives talk about obstructing justice. Let's talk about how justice actually operates in a democracy. Law enforcement has a reasonable suspicion about an individual or an entity. They then go and seek a search warrant from a court so that they can invade that person's privacy and obtain the documents. Instead of pursuing the normal court processes, we have Conservatives saying we're going to subvert all of that for the purposes of partisan gain. This is what we do in a democracy. We stand up for judicial processes and we stand up for the Charter of Rights. We will always do that on this side of the House.
I'm not able to hear all comments, but I did hear the comments from the member from Glengarry Prescott Russell. I asked him not to take the microphone until he's recognized by the Speaker. The Honourable Member from Dufferin-Caledon.
Taxes are up, costs are up, crime is up, time is up, and corruption is off the charts. A fish rots from the head down. So is it any wonder that Liberal cronies appointed to the Green Slush Fund by a Prime Minister twice convicted of ethics violations engaged in corruption? And this is not small corruption, Mr. Speaker. It's $400 million. And, Mr. Speaker, you ordered the production of these documents. Why won't these Liberals stop the cover-up and produce them?
The Honourable Minister for Innovation.
Mr. Speaker, it's only 9 minutes in question period and slogans are up, Mr. Speaker. Slogans are up again. Canadians are sick and tired of them, Mr. Speaker, repeating the same false things, Mr. Speaker, and repeating the same slogan. What these Conservatives are about, Mr. Speaker, is going after the personal file of employees and former employees. They're targeting STDC today. Who are they going to target tomorrow? That's what on this side of the house we stand for democracy. We'll stand for rights. We'll stand up for Canada.
The Honourable Member from Dufferin-Caledon.
It's pretty simple who we're targeting, Mr. Speaker. We're targeting corruption, corruption that they enabled, corruption that they're hiding, and corruption that they refuse to produce the documents for. Mr. Speaker, these are documents that you ordered the production of. So Canadians should ask themselves, why aren't they producing them? They're not producing them because they are so damaging. They are so bad. They will destroy this government, and therefore they've used up 7 days of House of Commons time to hide their corruption. Stop the corruption. Produce the documents.
Colleagues, the Honourable Leader of the Government in the House of Commons.
Mr. Speaker, again, the Conservatives are saying things that are false. The only party that has been putting up speakers for the past week are the Conservatives. So they are the ones that are filibustering their own motion. But let's talk about why they might be filibustering that motion. Rob Walsh, the former law clerk, said, "In my humble opinion, it is an abuse of its powers for the House to use its power to demand a..."
Chers colleagues, it is so important for us to allow one speaker to speak at a time because we have a very large place here. with many members. It's difficult for those who require the use of their earphones to be able to hear the interpretation. So the Honourable Leader of the Government, I'm going to ask her to repeat her answer again, because I know that I've got some hand signals from members who were not able to hear that answer. The Honourable Leader of the Government in the House of Commons.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I notice the volume gets up when they don't want to hear the truth. So let's go back to that. The only members of Parliament who have been debating this motion are Conservative members of Parliament. They are filibustering their own motion. And let me tell you why, Mr. Speaker. Might have something to do with Rob Walsh, the former law clerk, who stated, "It is an abuse of its powers for the House to use its power to demand and get documents from the government in order to transfer them to a third party that wouldn't otherwise receive them, or to compel the government to give documents to the third party." They want to get around the Charter of Rights and Freedoms. They're going after Canadians. Who's next?
L'honorable député de Charlebourg-Haute.
The Honourable Member for Charlebourg-Saint-Charles. Mr. Speaker, in La Presse this morning, we saw that Myriam Bandoui, 15 years old, was killed by a stray bullet. Thomas Trudel, 16, also died due to a shooting. A 14-year-old lost their life while trying to set a fire in Beauce, and a French tourist and her 7-year-old daughter were visiting Montreal and died in an arson attack. The Minister of Justice has blamed the government of Quebec for this, but the Liberal government is responsible for all this violence. When will they finally trigger an election so we can fix this? The Honourable Minister of Public Safety. Mr. Speaker, my colleague knows very well that we are working with the provinces in order to do something about exactly this type of violence. We are constantly speaking with police forces, with provincial public safety ministers, and we will continue to provide the necessary resources to our police forces. Something that the Conservatives did not do. They cut funding to the CPSA and RCMP. The Honourable Member. Well, this morning, Montreal's chief of police said in an interview that in order to do something about crime in Montreal, he needs the right laws and regulations in place. But for 9 years, the Liberal government has only been bringing in legislation that actually weakened our ability to address crime. Today, criminals are just running around in the streets unafraid of police forces or the justice system. Will this Prime Minister bring the legislation back to how it was under the Conservatives, Mr. Speaker? The Honourable Minister of Justice and Attorney General. On this side of the House, we have invested in our borders. We have invested in our police forces. And we have invested in increasing penalties for things like auto crime. We know that if there are issues that have to do with provincial jurisdiction, we need to ask questions to governments like the Legault government. We need to ask them about how the staffing levels are at their detention centers. We need to ask them about the details of their police services. It's this type of thing that we need to fix the problem. The Honourable Member for Belleuil-Chambly. Mr. Speaker, the Minister said to me that I should not in any way say that she's turning her back on producers, but I think this government is turning its back on producers. They don't seem to care about these 6,000 businesses in Quebec or 100,000 jobs. They don't seem to care at all. Time is up. And all they're actually doing is providing us with excellent arguments for Quebec independence. The Honourable Minister of National Revenue. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Once again, the Liberals stand completely behind the supply managed system. Our dairy, poultry, and egg producers have our full support. Farmers have two real options. Only two real options for the future. A Liberal government that believes in the current system and wants to protect it, or the other option, which is not at all unanimous on the topic of supply management. The Honourable Member for Belleuil-Chambly. Well, there are two other options. Electing a maximum number of Bloc Québécois MPs or sovereignty. That's the other two options. There are just so many failures on the part of this Liberal government. They are so incompetent. Soon it will be too late. Pretty soon, even the NDP won't be able to show its face with these Liberals. Who's really the boss here in Canada? The Prime Minister or 2 unelected senators? The Honourable Minister of Public Services and Procurement. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
À l'ordre, s'il vous plaît. L'honorable ministre des Services publics et de la...
The Honourable Minister. Mr. Speaker, my colleague spoke about incompetence. If there's someone who's really unable to do anything for farmers and producers, it's the leader of the Bloc Québécois, because he's chosen to constantly go on about sovereignty and independence instead of actually addressing our urgent issues. This bill on supply management, the only reason it exists is that there was a Liberal government in power at the time, and that Liberal government is still in power. If it were a Conservative or a Bloc government, we wouldn't have that legislation.
The Honourable Member from Mission Matsqui, Fraser Canyon.
Mr. Speaker, after 9 years of NDP Liberals, taxes are up, costs are up, crime is up, and time is up. The Auditor General reported 186 conflicts of interest and over $400 million in misspent funds that went to Liberal insiders. The Minister of Environment's former employer, Cycle Capital, received $250 million from the Green Slush Fund, all while over half of Canadian small businesses are losing money year over year. Why is it okay for Liberals to enrich their friends while small businesses are struggling to stay afloat?
The Honourable Minister of Innovation.
You know, Mr. Speaker, what's not okay is for the Conservative to repeat the same thing time and time again when they know it's false, Mr. Speaker. Exactly. Because the reality, and let's talk about facts, Mr. Speaker. The entity they're talking about was created in 2001. It was managed by the Conservative for 9 years, Mr. Speaker. The CEO of that organization is gone, the board is gone, and the foundation no longer exists, Mr. Speaker. That is the reality. What the Conservative are about is going after ordinary Canadians, those who work at this organization, Mr. Speaker. We're going to stand for democracy, we're going to stand for rights, and we're going to stand for the work that needs to be done by this House, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member from Mission. The Honourable Member from Mission Matsqui, Fraser Canyon.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Canada lost 9,037 businesses from May to June 2024 and 6,331 declared insolvency year over year. The closures we're witnessing right now haven't been this large since the pandemic when the entire country was shut down. So when Canadian entrepreneurs and workers are struggling, business is still booming for Liberal insiders. Why is the Prime Minister hiding behind the Green Slush Fund documents, and when will he release them to Parliament?
The Honourable Minister.
We're going to continue to support small and medium-sized businesses. We are empowering entrepreneurs. We're increasing the lifetime capital gains exemption. We're investing in Canadian startups. We're boosting government procurement for small and medium-sized businesses and supporting Indigenous entrepreneurs as well. And Mr. Speaker, it gives me the opportunity to also announce here that we've negotiated agreements with both MasterCard and Visa to lower those interchange fees by up to 27%, which takes place as of October 19th of this month. We'll continue to support small businesses, Mr. Speaker. Thank you so much.
The Honourable Member from Perth Wellington.
After 9 years of these NDP Liberals, taxes are up, costs are up, crime is up, and time is up. Mr. Speaker, you yourself ruled that this government violated an order of this House to turn over evidence to the police for a criminal investigation into the latest Liberal scandal. The government's refusal to accept your ruling has paralyzed Parliament, pushing aside our work to address the doubling of housing costs, food inflation, crime, and chaos. Will the Minister end the cover-up, give the proof to the RCMP so we can get Parliament working again for all Canadians?
The Honourable Leader of the Government in the House of Commons.
Mr. Speaker, what the members opposite are saying is not true. Your ruling was very clear. Because of the unprecedented nature of that motion, it should go to the Procedure and House Affairs Committee for study. The RCMP and the Auditor General raised their extreme discomfort with the Conservative motion. Canadians should be concerned because the Conservatives are going after whoever they hold a political grudge against, and this could be them next. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Montmagny, Lillet, Kamouraska, Rivière-du-Loup. Mr. Speaker, this is a $400 million scandal. That's the amount of taxpayer money that has ended up in the pockets of Liberal buddies. Meanwhile, Canadians are facing food insecurity, crime, and skyrocketing housing costs. And instead, this Liberal corruption is blocking our parliamentary work. It is completely paralyzed due to this Liberal government's corruption and financial mismanagement. Will this government finally provide the documents so that we can get back to work? The Honourable Minister of Public Services and Procurement. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My colleague spoke about financial accountability, and here's what the RCMP had to say about responsibility. He said that the RCMP is an arm's-length organization and that he completely supports the independence of police forces in a democratic society, which means that this House and government cannot direct police operations. Can anything be clearer than that? Do the Conservatives need a briefing with a leader of the RCMP? It should be clear enough, in my opinion.
The Honourable Member from Edmonton, Griesbach.
This week, the Honourable Chiefs from the Prince Albert Grand Council are in Ottawa fighting for their people. In their communities, overcrowding and poor quality housing is leading to mental, physical, and social crisis. Tuberculosis, a disease that has run rampant during the residential school time, is on the rise again in Indigenous communities. Children are dying. Why has the government continued the decades-old Liberal and Conservative tradition of refusing to provide the needed funding to end this cycle?
The Honourable Minister for Indigenous Relations Services.
Speaker, every step of the way over the past 9 years, this government has worked with First Nations leaders, Indigenous leaders across the country to restore rights and to restore self-determination and to restore funding, Mr. Speaker, that was under heavy attack from the Conservative Party of Canada. We have so much more to do together, including on working on mental health, which this government continues to support First Nations-led solutions for. We're going to continue this hard work with partners exactly like the ones that are here today.
The Honourable Member from Nanaimo Ladysmith.
Mr. Speaker, the Liberals' misguided one-size-fits-none return-to-office mandate is hurting workers and Canadians trying to access vital public services. This rushed mandate was done without due consultation, unfairly impacting dedicated workers. Is this the Liberals' method of natural attrition or an underhanded attack on skilled public servants? We know Conservatives sure don't have workers' backs, but will the Liberals repeal this unfair mandate?
The Honourable President of the Treasury Board and Minister for Transport.
Mr. Speaker, my honourable colleague is exactly right. Conservatives do not have workers back, unlike this side of the House.
Yes.
Our top priority is to deliver quality programs and services to Canadians. We are committed to ensuring that our public servants are supported through this change to the directive on hybrid work. It's our expectation that departments work with their union management committees during the implementation phases that are before us. The clerk and the department heads will continue to monitor and work with the unions and the public service. Thank you.
The Honourable Member from Winnipeg South Centre.
Mr. Speaker, recently I stood alongside the Premier of Manitoba, federal colleagues and healthcare workers as we made a major investment of $630 million in the province's healthcare system. After Conservatives in Manitoba decimated healthcare over a decade of cuts and closures, this funding was desperately needed. The redevelopment of Portage Place is a generational project aimed at revitalizing the downtown core, in large part by establishing a new state-of-the-art healthcare facility. It simply does not happen without federal support. Can the Minister for Prairies outline how our government is supporting this significant redevelopment and what it means for the future of Winnipeg? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Minister.
Thank you,
you for that question. Mr. Speaker, big things are happening in Winnipeg's downtown. Thanks to collaboration between the three levels of government, the private sector, and Southern Chiefs, we're revitalizing the core of our city to make it more livable for everyone. Despite calls by Conservative politicians to cut funding to Prairie Scan, we are making a significant federal investment in the redevelopment of Portage Place to build more homes that people can afford, to build a new healthcare center in the center of downtown and offer other public spaces. Mr. Speaker, we are walking a new path together, and Winnipeggers are proud.
The honourable member from Carlton Trail, Eagle Creek.
After 9 years of this NDP Liberal government, taxes are up, costs are up, crime is up, time is up. The corruption of this Liberal government knows no bounds. The Liberal Minister of Employment has continuously misled Parliament about his alter ego, the other Randy. Texts from his business partner reference a Randy, and we now know there was no other Randy involved in the fraudulent medical supply company while he was a sitting member of Cabinet. When will the minister come clean with Canadians, end this charade, and resign?
The Honourable Leader of the Government in the House of Commons.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Ethics Commissioner has looked into this matter 3 times and each time has confirmed he has no concerns. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable Member for Edmonton West.
Mr. Speaker, after 9 long years of this Liberal NDP government, taxes are up, costs are up, corruption is up, and apparently the amount of Randys is up. The Minister of Employment has been accused of violating the law by engaging in improper business dealings with his corrupt, scandal-plagued partner. The minister claimed he wasn't involved in this business, but was later forced to admit that he was. He should admit he is the other Randy and that he violated the law. When will the minister come clean and admit to everyone what we all know?
The Honourable Leader of the Government in the House.
Mr. Speaker, as I just said, the Ethics Commissioner has looked into this matter 3 times and each time has confirmed he has no concerns. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member from Calgary Shepherd.
9 years of this NDP Liberal government, taxes are up, costs are up, crime is up, and time is now up for them. The Liberal minister from Edmonton claimed he had no contact with his business partner during an alleged $500,000 fraud linked to the other Randy. But phone records and text messages now show the complete opposite. It seems the minister made a habit of bending the rules and using his influence to benefit his business partner. The same business partner that you, Speaker, have now found is in contempt of Parliament. So it's really simple. Will the minister admit that the charade is up and then admit that he broke the law and confirm that he is in fact the other Randy?
Hear, hear. Hear, hear. The Honourable Leader of the Government in the House of Commons.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. In case my honourable colleague didn't hear my previous answer, as I stated, the Ethics Commissioner has looked into this matter 3 times and each time has confirmed he has no concerns. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member from Wellington, Halton Hills.
Mr. Speaker, Fact 1, PFLP is a listed terrorist entity. Fact 2, Khaled Barakat was a member of PFLP when he founded Sammy Dune in 2012, and his wife Charlotte Cates incorporated Sammy Dune under Canadian law in 2021. Fact 3, under Section 8305 of the Criminal Code, any entity that has knowingly acted on behalf of, at the direction of, or in association with a listed entity can be listed. The facts are clear. The government's position is not. Why hasn't the government listed Sammy Dune as a terrorist entity under the criminal code?
The Honourable Minister for Public Security.
Speaker, the government's position has in fact been very clear. Decisions around listing terrorist entities are made based on the advice of security and intelligence officials. My colleague, the Parliamentary Secretary, made it clear yesterday. I have instructed the security and intelligence agencies that report to us to do on an expedited basis a review of these matters. And I've said, Mr. Speaker, we hope to come back to Canadians with information very soon.
The Honourable Member for Shefford. When we demand an increase in old age security payments for 65 to 74-year-olds, the Minister of Seniors accuses us of saying no to seniors. But he should know that the Bloc Québécois is on team yes. Yes to pensioners, Yes to improving their living conditions. Yes to no longer having two categories of seniors. It's the minister who is on Team No. His only achievement since taking office has been to say no to pension increases. That is his only achievement, saying no. Why doesn't he join Team Yes to Seniors? The Honourable Minister of Labour and Seniors. I would like to reassure my colleague and the entire Bloc Québécois that we know that they're saying yes to seniors. But, Mr. Speaker, they said no a lot too. They've said no to all increases in supports to Quebec and Canadian seniors. 2.4 million seniors are benefiting from the GIS increase. We increased it, but the Bloc Québécois voted against that. The Honourable Member for Shefford. The Bloc Québécois is not alone in saying yes to seniors. 79% of Canadians say yes to increasing old age security for 65 to 74-year-olds. The House of Commons says yes. Seniors say yes. Seniors groups are saying yes, including the FADOC, the AQDR, and the AREC. Imagine, even the AREC from Outaouais, the minister's own region, came out to support us on the Hill. The minister is standing alone. In fact, in his riding alone, he could help 12,000 people. Can he wake up? Today, Verdun. Tomorrow, Gatineau. The Honourable Minister of Labour and Seniors. Well, I have often visited my colleague's beautiful region. I encourage her to visit Outaouais. The Outaouais is my region, and when she's in the Outaouais, she can explain to the 14,000 people in her riding of Shefford, because those 14,000 in her riding are today benefiting from the Canada Dental Care Plan, and she can explain to them, Mr. Speaker, why she voted against that. I encourage all members, including and especially the member for Lac-Saint-Jean, to not rise before having been recognized by the chair. Oh, I may be mistaken in who I named, and if that is the case, then I do apologize. But the members in that part of the room, please do not take the floor before recognized by the chair.
After 9 years, the NDP Liberals, taxes are up, costs are up, crime is up, grocery prices are up, and time is up. A year ago, the Liberals promised to lower food prices by Thanksgiving. All Canadians got were empty promises and empty stomachs. Now they're going to pay $80 for a turkey this Thanksgiving. Food inflation in Canada is 37% higher than the United States. Food security is up 111% thanks to the NDP Liberal carbon tax. Well, the NDP Liberal government axed the carbon tax so Canadians can afford a Thanksgiving dinner.
The Honourable Minister for Innovation.
Well, Mr. Speaker, I can assure the member that it's much cheaper at Thanksgiving dinner in Shawinigan. I don't know where he's shopping for his turkey, Mr. Speaker. I'll invite him to my house in Shawinigan. He'll find out it's a bit cheaper. But, Mr. Speaker, the reality is what this government has done, and it's said by all the economists in Canada, Mr. Speaker, what we've done, which is the most significant thing, is to reform competition in this country, Mr. Speaker, to have less concentration, more choice for consumer, which stabilize price, Mr. Speaker. And in addition, they should celebrate. We now have a grocery code of conduct in this country, Mr. Speaker, to bring more fairness and stabilize price in the country.
The Honourable Member from Foothills.
I don't think many Canadians find the minister making fun of their struggles much of a joke. That's right. Because the reality is, for many Canadians, buying that turkey for Thanksgiving is just a dream. The Liberal NDP government has made the Canadian dream a food bank nightmare. 1 million Canadians just in Ontario went to a food bank last year, up 25%. And now doctors are raising the alarm on scurvy in Canada because Canadians can't afford basic nutrition. Will the Liberal NDP government make the Canadian dream come true and call a carbon tax election?
Yeah, let's go. The Honourable Minister for Families, Children and Social Development.
Mr. Speaker, on this side of the House, I'm proud that in 2016 we introduced the Canada Child Benefit. Mr. Speaker, there's 4.3 million families and over 7 million children across this country who receive this benefit each and every month. That's $547 a month for parents with children ages 6 to 18, or $648 each month. I got to speak recently with a new mom named Madeline who shared how impactful this is for her family. The position the Conservatives have...
L'honorable député de Portneuf.
The honourable member for Portneuf-Jacques-Cartier. Mr. Speaker, it's just unreal how out of touch this Liberal government is. Over the past 9 years of this Liberal government, the cost of living has skyrocketed. I urge the Liberals to climb down from their ivory tower and go to a grocery store. It's crazy how high prices are, how much they've gone up. And the Bloc Québécois is constantly voting to keep this Liberal government in place. I beg the Bloc Québécois to please not take Quebecers for fools. When is this Liberal government going to have some common sense and stop wasting the money of honest and hardworking Canadians? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Deputy Prime Minister and Minister of Finance. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. The Conservatives are very hypocritical. They talk about Canadians in need, but they don't support funding community food programs and not-for-profit organizations. They talk about people living on the street, but they oppose investments to build more housing. They have a hidden agenda, Mr. Speaker, and everything they say in this House is utter nonsense. The Honourable Member for Saint-Léonard-Saint-Michel. Mr. Speaker, Montreal's East End is brimming with opportunities. Last November, at the Sommet de l'Est, the Minister of Economic Development announced $30 million for businesses and organizations in the East End through the Initiative to Support Economic Development in Montreal's East End. Can the Minister tell us how our government is supporting the enormous potential of Montreal's East End to become a leading centre of economic and social development in Quebec? The Honourable Minister of Regional Development, of Tourism, pardon me. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I thank my colleague. We are both members for areas in the East End of Montreal. Last week, I announced the launch of a call for proposals for social innovation projects in the East End of Montreal. This is the first time that a $1 million investment will lead to new social and innovation projects that will generate economic, social, and environmental benefits in the East End of Montreal. Mr. Speaker, I invite all businesses to submit their applications by November 29th. We are here to support the East End of Montreal to ensure that it's part of tomorrow's economy.
Michael. The Honourable Member from Wellington Halton Hills.
Mr. Speaker, the government has all sorts of excuses why it won't provide documents to this House or to the RCMP about the $400 million spending scandal. They falsely claim it would violate privacy and that it would negatively impact the RCMP's investigation and that it would violate charter rights. The Constitution is clear. Parliament is supreme. Parliament has the lawful authority to order the production of documents. So why is this government consistently trampling on the constitutional authority of this House?
The Honourable Leader of the Government in the House of Commons.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Well, that was some incredible doublespeak from my colleague across the way. It's actually the RCMP who has said this, and I quote, "The RCMP's ability to receive and use information obtained through this production order and under the compulsory powers afforded by the Auditor General Act in the course of a criminal investigation could give rise to concerns under the Canadian Charter of Rights and Freedoms. There is significant risk that the motion can be interpreted as a circumvention of normal investigative processes and charter protections." For a party that claims to respect the police, they certainly don't respect police independence.
The Honourable Member from Wellington Halton Hills.
Mr. Speaker, the Charter of Rights and Freedoms also includes Sections 3, Sections 4, and Sections 5, which is about the democratic rights of Canadians. And Canadians have the right to be democratically elected on the floor of this House, and the majority of this House has demanded the production of these documents related to the $400 million spending scandal. We did the same thing with the Winnipeg lab documents. Why does this government consistently ignore the democratic wishes of the people's elected representatives and deny this House documents?
The Honourable Minister of Justice and Attorney General.
I have a lot of respect for that member opposite because he usually stands up for institutions, including this place. What he's not standing up for right now is for the independence of law enforcement in this country. The independence of law enforcement is pivotal. And what my colleague was emphasizing is that usually my friends opposite are constantly listening to the police. This is what the Deputy Commissioner of the RCMP said on the news yesterday. It's a very dangerous situation. The rule of law is predicated upon a separation between what Parliament is doing and what law enforcement agencies are doing. In this case, the RCMP. We're listening to those RCMP commissioners and former commissioners. I wish the member opposite would do the same.
The Honourable Member from Calgary Heritage.
Mr. Speaker, for years they've known Sami Doon as a known terror affiliate. On October 7th, they chanted, "We are Hezbollah, we are Hamas, death to Canada, death to America, death to Israel." They incited hate, they incited terror, they burned our flag. Why does our foreign minister fail to act when Canada is threatened? Well, she told Tom Mulcair it's about the demographics of her voters. Mr. Speaker, why does this minister put partisan politics over Canadian national security interests?
Order. The Honourable Minister for Public Security.
Mr. Speaker, our government is deeply concerned about the national security interest of Canadians. That's why we support the law enforcement agencies and the security agencies to do this important work. That's why we rely on their advice to decide when the government, under the Criminal Code of Canada, should list a terrorist entity. Mr. Speaker, good news. These security agencies are constantly reviewing a whole series of organizations to determine if the threshold has been met. I recently talked to them as late as this morning, and I'm very confident that we'll have some important news very quickly.
The Honourable Member for Dorval-Lachine-LaSalle. Mr. Speaker, Canadians work hard all year round to be able to afford to go on holiday and visit their families. They want quality service from airlines. Last week, the Supreme Court ruled in favor of our government's approach to protect Canadian air passengers. Can the Minister of Transport share this excellent news with us? Thank you. The Honourable President of the Treasury Board and Minister of Transport. Mr. Speaker, in 2019, we were the first government in Canadian history to pass legislation protecting air passengers. And that was the right thing to do, Mr. Speaker. Last week, the Supreme Court ruled in favor of Canadians. Canadians have rights. Canadians deserve protection. Canadians can count on our Liberal government. Unlike the Conservatives, we will always stand up for travellers and their rights. Thank you very much.
The Honourable Member from Vancouver East.
Sudan now has the world's worst displacement of children anywhere. 17 months into this devastating humanitarian crisis, not one single Sudanese Canadian loved one has gotten to safety in Canada. A family member in Vancouver was desperate to bring his sister and her 2 daughters to safety. With months of inaction, the sister has now perished. The 2 children are alone. Will the minister expedite processing and expand eligibility of his restrictive program to include vulnerable children in Sudan?
Good question.
The Honourable Minister for Immigration, Citizenship and Refugees.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The member knows well that this was a plan that was devised with community members, with community organizations, and we worked hand in hand with them to put out this program to get 8,000 Sudanese people fleeing war. We plan to make sure that these people are here, hopefully by the end of the year, more next year. But I will constantly be working with those community members that I will be meeting with as early as tomorrow to evolve the program if need be. Thank you.
Bravo, bravo.
The Honourable Member for Richemont, Arthabasca. Mr. Speaker, I've been asking questions in this House for over a year now, and yet there is a ridiculous tax issue that has not been addressed. Here's an example of the absurdity. When someone goes to Tim Hortons and buys 6 donuts, they are exempt from paying taxes. But if they decide to buy 6 sugar-free, healthy bars, they do have to pay taxes. This means that people are paying more for healthy products, which is bad for our local entrepreneurs who face unfair competition from multinationals. Can the Prime Minister tell us whether he intends to ask his Minister of Finance to rectify this ridiculous situation? The Honourable Minister of National Revenue. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I've discussed the matter many times with my colleague. I understand that he cares deeply about this issue. This would involve some major changes to be made by the Department of Finance and the Department of Health, and we can look into the matter further. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
It being 3:19 p.m. Oh, point of order. The Honourable Member for Portneuf-Jacques-Cartier. Mr. Speaker, earlier, during question period, the member for Outremont used non-parliamentary language. I would like to invite her to take back what she said and to apologize.
L'honorable député d'Outremont.
The Honourable Member for Outremont. Mr. Speaker, I think if you look back at the Hansard, you will see that that language has already been used, and I will be happy to give a further answer once you have been able to look into this.
From Regina Capella is rising on a point of order.
Mr. Speaker, the House Leader said that Liberals weren't participating in the current debate on Liberal corruption. I just wanted to know if I could table the speeches from the member from Winnipeg and...
So the Honourable Member unfortunately does not have unanimous consent to be able to table that document. Pour revenir...
As I was saying, coming back to the point of order raised by the member for Portneuf-Jacques-Cartier, I will indeed look back and look into this, but based on my own memory, I think the word used was a word that, although it is regrettable, is one that is used frequently in this House, but I will come back to this if necessary. It being 3:21 p.m., the House will now proceed to the taking of the deferred recorded division on the motion to concur in the 31st report of the Standing Committee on Public Accounts. Call in the members. The question is as follows. Mr. Nader, seconded by Mr. Aitchison, moved that the 31st report of the Standing Committee on Public Accounts presented on Tuesday, November 7th, 2023, be concurred in. The 10-minute period for members voting electronically has started, and the House will now proceed to the vote for members participating in person. All those in favor of the motion will please rise.
Schmale.
Mr. Schmale.
Mr. Bazan.
Mr. Bazan.
Mr. Williams.
Mr. Williams.
Mr. Perkins.
Mr. Perkins.
Mr. Brock.
Mr. Brock.
Mr. Deltel.
Mr. Deltel.
Mrs. Stubbs.
Mrs. Stubbs.
Mr. Pulis.
Mr. Pulis.
Mr. Upal.
Mr. Upal.
Ms. Lewis Haldeman Norfolk.
Ms. Lewis Haldeman Norfolk.
Mrs. Gray.
Mrs. Gray.
Mr. Ellis.
Mr. Ellis.
Mr. Kelly.
Mr. Kelly.
Mr. Baldinelli.
Mr. Baldinelli.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Kimmich.
Mr. Kimmich.
Mr. Jennis.
Mr. Jennis.
Mr. Small.
Mr. Small.
Mr. Lawrence.
Mr. Lawrence.
Mr. Workington.
Mr. Workington.
Mr. Aboutef.
Mr. Aboutef.
Mrs. Kuzi.
Mrs. Kuzi.
Ms. Ferrari.
Ms. Ferrari.
Mr. Viss.
Mr. Viss.
Mr. Macaulay Edmonton West.
Mr. Macaulay Edmonton West.
Mr. Lloyd.
Mr. Lloyd.
Mr. Brassard.
Mr. Brassard.
Mrs. Goodridge.
Mrs. Goodridge.
Mr. Moore.
Mr. Moore.
Mr. Godin.
Mr. Godin.
Mr. Morantz.
Mr. Morantz.
Mrs. Roberts.
Mrs. Roberts.
Mr. Malillo.
Mr. Malillo.
Ms. Gladue.
Ms. Gladue.
Mrs. Cramp-Nyman.
Mrs. Cramp-Nyman.
Madame Vien.
Madame Vien.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mr. Muse.
Mr. Muse.
Mr. Redicott.
Mr. Redicott.
Mr. Van Popta.
Mr. Van Popta.
Mr. Waugh.
Mr. Waugh.
Mr. Calkins.
Mr. Calkins.
Monsieur Lehoux.
Monsieur Lehoux.
Mr. Généreux.
Monsieur Généreux.
Mr. Genereux.
Mr. Genereux.
Mr. Lobb.
Mr. Lobb.
Mr. Mazer.
Mr. Mazer.
Mr. Davidson.
Mr. Davidson.
Mr. Gourde.
Monsieur Gourde.
Mr. Caputo.
Mr. Caputo.
Mr. Epp.
Mr. Epp.
Mr. Dreeshen.
Mr. Dreeshen.
Mr. Majumdar.
Mr. Majumdar.
Mr. Cram.
Mr. Cram.
Mrs. Wagenthal.
Mrs. Wagenthal.
Mr. Albus.
Mr. Albus.
Mr. Bragdon.
Mr. Bragdon.
Mr. Dalton.
Mr. Dalton.
Mr. Nader.
Mr. Nader.
Mrs. Falk, Battleford, Lloydminster.
Mrs. Falk, Battleford, Lloydminster.
Mr. McLean.
Mr. McLean.
Mr. McGuire.
Mr. McGuire.
Mr. Reed.
Mr. Reed.
Mr. Shields.
Mr. Shields.
Mr. Falk Provencher.
Mr. Falk Provencher.
Mr. Mott.
Mr. Mott.
Mr. Williamson.
Mr. Williamson.
Mr. Arnold.
Mr. Arnold.
Mr. Soroka.
Mr. Soroka.
Mrs. Vecchio.
Mrs. Vecchio.
Mr. Carey.
Mr. Carey.
Mr. Vierson.
Mr. Vierson.
Mr. Fast.
Mr. Fast.
Mr. Kitchen.
Mr. Kitchen.
Monsieur Terrien.
Monsieur Terrien.
Monsieur Sainte-Marie.
Monsieur Sainte-Marie.
Madame de Bellefeuille.
Madame de Bellefeuille.
Madame Michaud.
Madame Michaud.
Monsieur Villemur.
Monsieur Villemur.
Monsieur Thériault.
Monsieur Thériault.
Madame Michaud.
Madame Gaudreau.
Madame Gaudreau.
Madame Gaudreau.
Madame Larouche.
Madame Larouche.
Madame Saint-Clair-Desgagnés.
Madame Saint-Clair-Desgagnés.
Madame Chabot.
Madame Chabot.
Mr. Julian.
Mr. Julian.
Mr. Massey.
Mr. Massey.
Ms. Matheson.
Miss Matheson.
Mr. Johns.
Mr. Johns.
Miss McPherson.
Miss McPherson.
Miss Idlout.
Miss Idlout.
Mr. Green.
Mr. Green.
Mr. McGregor.
Mr. McGregor.
Ms. Dance.
Miss Dance.
Mr. Backrack.
Mr. Backrack.
Madame Hughes.
Madame Hughes.
Mr. Cannings.
Mr. Cannings.
Ms. Ashton.
Ms. Ashton.
Mr. Angus.
Mr. Angus.
Mr. Desjardins.
Mr. Desjardins.
Ms. Zerillo.
Ms. Zerillo.
Ms. May, Saanich Gulf Islands.
Ms. May, Saanich Gulf Islands.
Mr. Morris.
Mr. Morris.
Mr. Blair.
Mr. Blair.
Monsieur McKinnon-Gatineau.
Monsieur McKinnon-Gatineau.
Monsieur Duclos.
Monsieur Duclos.
Monsieur Leblanc.
Monsieur Leblanc.
Ms. Anand.
No, Miss Tassie.
Ms. Tassie.
Miss Tassie.
Mr. Varani.
Mr. Varani.
Ms. Chager.
Miss Chair.
Ms. Murray.
Miss Murray.
Ms. Scrow.
Miss Scrow.
Ms. Cara.
Miss Cara.
Ms. Qualtrough.
Miss Qualtrough.
Ms. Sahota.
Miss Sahota.
Madame Bibot.
Madame Bibot.
Ms. Jasic.
Miss Jazik.
Mr. Dollywall.
Mr. Dollywall.
Mrs. Romanato.
Mrs. Romanato.
Ms. Jones.
Miss Jones.
Mr. Oliphant.
Mr. Oliphant.
Madame Bendayan.
Madame Bendayan.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Madame Fortier.
Madame Fortier.
Mr. Fragiscatos.
Mr. Fragiscatos.
Mr. Biddle.
Mr. Biddle.
Mr. Vancouverden.
Mr. Vancouverden.
Mr. Baptiste.
Mr. Baptiste.
Mr. Lauzon.
Mr. Lauzon.
Mr. Kuzmarchak.
Mr. Kuzmarchak.
Ms. Dillon.
Ms. Dillon.
Mr. El Khoury.
Mr. El Khoury.
Mr. Hardy.
Mr. Hardy.
Mr. Johari.
Mr. Johari.
Mr. Nakfi.
Mr. Nakfi.
Mr. Cedar Brampton East.
Mr. Cedar Brampton East.
Mr. Badaway.
Mr. Badaway.
Mr. Souza.
Mr. Souza.
Mr. Dogood.
Mr. Dogood.
Mrs. Atwin.
Mrs. Atwin.
Mr. Housefather.
Mr. Housefather.
Mr. Kellaway.
Mr. Kellaway.
Ms. Vandenbeld.
Ms. Vandenbeld.
Mr. Sanson.
Mr. Sanson.
Madame Koutrakis.
Madame Koutrakis.
Madame Brière.
Madame Brière.
Mr. Fisher.
Mr. Fisher.
Mr. Long.
Mr. Long.
Mr. McKinnon, Coquitlam, Port Coquitlam.
Mr. McKinnon, Coquitlam, Port Coquitlam.
Mr. Morrissey.
Mr. Morrissey.
Monsieur Robillard.
Mr. Robillard.
Madame Shanahan.
Madame Shanahan.
Mr. Sorbera.
Mr. Sorbera.
Ms. Hefner.
Ms. Hefner.
Mr. Noor Mohammed.
Mr. Noor Mohammed.
Mr. Rogers.
Mr. Rogers.
Ms. Yip.
Ms. Yip.
Mr. Van Bynen.
Mr. Van Bynen.
Mr. Baines.
Mr. Baines.
Ms. Bradford.
Ms. Bradford.
Mr. Chahal.
Mr. Chahal.
Madame Chatel.
Madame Chatel.
Madame Diab.
Madame Diab.
Mr. Hanley.
Mr. Hanley.
Ms. Kayabaga.
Ms. Kayabaga.
Mr. McDonald Malpeck.
Mr. McDonald Malpeck.
Ms. Taylor Roy.
Ms. Taylor Roy.
Ms. Thompson.
Ms. Thompson.
All those opposed to the motion will please rise. The House will now wait for the electronic voting period to end before resuming its proceedings. Ah bon? Est-ce que vous pouvez m'entendre maintenant?
Yes, can you hear me? I wish to inform the House that the electronic voting period has ended. If members were not able to vote due to technical difficulties, they may now use the raise hand function and the chair will recognize them.
Le bureau va maintenant...
The table will now compile the results of the vote.
Yeas pour, 330, 330. Nays contre, 0, aucun.
Je déclare la motion.
I declare the motion carried.
Je désire informer la Chambre
I wish to inform the House that because of the deferred recorded division, government orders will be extended by 12 minutes.
I wish to inform the House that the volume of earpieces will now be reset. Members using their earpiece at this time will have to readjust the volume. Et je désire informer...
I wish to inform the House that the volume of the earpieces will now be reset. If members wish to use the earpiece, they will have to readjust the volume.
J'ai l'honneur de faire savoir à la Chambre que le...
I have the honor to inform the House that the Senate has sent a message that it has adopted the following bill for the House's assent. Bill S-250, an act to amend the Criminal Code.
House that a message has been received from the Senate informing the House that the Senate has passed the following bill to which the concurrence of the House is desired. Bill S-250, an act to amend the Criminal Code, sterilization procedures. I wish to return to the point of order raised yesterday after oral questions by the member for Kelowna Lake Country. In her intervention, the member alleged that the member for Cambridge had used language that was unparliamentary toward her. In response, the member from Cambridge rose to vehemently deny the accusation. As I had not heard anything like this at that time, I endeavored to review the matter and check if anything could be heard on the video or included in the official debates. After reviewing these records, I can confirm that nothing was found and that these words are not part of the records. As is the case at times, long-established tradition dictates that I should take members at their word. Accordingly, this is what I will do in this instance. Now, all that is left for the chair to do is to ask all members, as I have done so time and time again, to avoid speaking and shouting at each other from across the floor. This will help keep the exchanges civil and dignified. I thank all members for their attention. Orders of the day. Excuse me, routine business. Excuse me.
Tabling of documents. Dépôt de projet de loi émanant du gouvernement. Déclaration.
Introduction of government bills, statement by ministers.
Parliamentary delegations. Presenting reports from committee, the Honourable Member for New Brunswick Southwest.
Madam Speaker, I have the honour to present
in both official language the 44th report of the Standing Committee of Public Accounts entitled Cybersecurity of Personal Information in the Cloud. Conformément à l'article 109 du règlement, le comité demande au gouvernement.
The committee is asking the government to table a response to the report.
That will be tabled right away.
Yes, I believe the Honourable Member for Edmonton West is presenting a dissenting opinion.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise to table the Conservative Party's dissenting report to the 42nd report of the Standing Committee of Public Accounts titled Cyber Security of Personal Information in the Cloud. The Auditor General stated in the report many security breaches and the lack of seriousness on behalf of the government in addressing these issues. In response, the Liberal and NDP put forward suggestions that we focus instead on the net zero aspect of cybersecurity. Therefore, Conservatives recommend the following in place of recommendations 5 and 6. That the Treasury Board of Canada Secretary take immediate action to resolve the confusion between departments regarding roles and responsibilities for cybersecurity, and finally lay out clear and concise mandates to departments involved in cybersecurity, and that in working to immediately address the failures as reported by the Auditor General, Public Services and Procurement Canada and Shared Services should prioritize the protection of personal information of Canadians and not pursue unrelated goals that are outside the core purpose of cybersecurity operations. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Introduction of private members' bills. Première lecture de projet de loi d'intérêt public émanant.
First reading of Senate public bills.
Motion.
Motions.
First I read, I'm going to give you the floor. Monsieur Villemur.
Mr. Villemur, seconded by Ms. Vignola, moves that the 6th report of the Standing Committee on Access to Information, Privacy and Ethics, tabled on October 4th, 2022, be concurred in. Debate, the Honourable Member for Trois-Rivières. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm pleased to kick off debate today about the report of the Access to Information, Privacy and Ethics Committee. The report is about the increasing power of artificial intelligence and about facial recognition. We talk about these topics often in Trois-Rivières because these topics are of concern to my constituents. Facial recognition over the past few years has started to be basically everywhere. Our iPhones recognize us. We can unlock them with our phones. We are being recognized all over the place. We don't even have to do anything. Now, our iPhones do recognize our faces, but have members read the terms and conditions? Do we know whether we are even the owners of our own facial images? The committee decided to study facial recognition because there are many advantages to facial recognition. There are also, however, many disadvantages, and we need to be able to weigh the pros and cons. Facial recognition technology has been improving over time. The 2022 committee report is accurate, but since the arrival on the scene of generative AI, tools and facial recognition software have improved. What's challenging, though, is there's not much regulation of generative AI or of facial recognition. Madam Speaker, you may be familiar with what was said by the Privacy Commissioner in February 2021. He conducted an investigation and concluded that Clearview AI, the operator of facial recognition, had in fact flouted the Privacy Act. When consumers were looking for stores, their images were tracked in shopping malls to determine their consumer profiles. The Privacy Commissioner found this to be a step too far and in violation of the Privacy Protection Act. Now, there are some things associated with facial recognition. Let's take the discussion further. I'd like to begin by defining facial recognition. Facial recognition is the identification of a face, an image, or a digital video. It can be used in real time, live, or on static images. It finds commonalities with human faces. Now, the technology is not perfect. One day, we may be really tired and our phones might not recognize us. This technology, which can make life easier for us, can also ruin our lives. Many witnesses testified before the committee and said that for Asians or person of color, identification by facial recognition software was quite inaccurate. This is a problem if it's then used by police authorities or law enforcement. If you're looking for a witness or a criminal and the recognition rate, say, for Asian people is only 30% successful, that can be very problematic. What is identity? Our identity is how we present ourselves to the world. Identity is related to otherhood, how we present ourselves to others. Our faces are unique, some faces less unique than others, some may say, but nonetheless, our faces are how we are identified, and that is very valuable and important. Have members of this place consented to having an image of their face used commercially, for instance? There seems to be a lot of noise in the lobbies. If someone could check on that, that would be great. Please continue. The Honourable Member for Trois-Rivières. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Sometimes facial recognition is used when we may not have consented to it. For instance, have we consented to having our image taken when we get on a bus in Trois-Rivières? Have we consented, for instance, to when we arrive at the airport, for instance, at the Trudeau Airport? So when we arrive at the airport, sometimes we're identified for our passports with facial recognition. How is that data then used? Have we truly consented? Is the data collected truly protected? We remember the Desjardins data leak, which begs the question, is facial recognition data also at risk of a data leak? We really need to look into this because currently there is no regulation which gives the advantage to wrongdoers or people with ill intent. If there's no regulation, it's the Wild West out there, and people with ill intent can do what they like. Daniel Terrien, former Privacy and Access to Information Commissioner, said that facial recognition can be used to commit serious crimes like the disappearance of children and other issues against the state. For instance, at our borders, we can identify people without blocking the entry and exit of people from the country. So, in fact, that can be positive, and facial recognition can help us find children who have gone missing. So these are positive uses, which we can all support. But in fact, there are some disadvantages related to surveillance, mass surveillance. Now, what do we mean by mass surveillance? Well, that is clearly not regulated. So people can be being watched in the bus, on the subway, at a baseball game. So sometimes someone is looking for a culprit or a criminal, but at the same time identifying everyone around them. Patricia Cossem, Ontario's privacy commissioner, said that when it comes to facial recognition, what commissioners across Canada are most worried about is group surveillance in the name of being done for the police or for the private sector. RCMP deputy commissioners told us in committee very frankly that they did use facial recognition, often without a warrant or without informing the public. knowing that the RCMP is using facial recognition for legitimate purposes with the right goals, that's positive. But the commissioner said there were systemic failings to comply with legislation before proceeding to collect personal information and data. I was talking about the example of a shopping mall and about buses in Trois-Rivières. We do need to be careful, though, because I've mentioned some inherent positives, but there can also be criminal prejudice because if you have a poor camera quality, then you may think you've recognized someone, but the person has not been recognized. Our faces, our facial images can also be used for other purposes, like to engage in misinformation and disinformation. You may have seen videos on social media of Kamala Harris and Donald Trump hugging and celebrating together. We think, oh, it's just because they're famous people that they're being targeted, but in fact, any of us can be targeted. Companies can use our images, for instance. Disinformation is a problem today, a very serious one. Often we underestimate the effects of disinformation. Foreign actors can submit information trying to convince everyone. Last week, I believe it was on Tuesday, the Information Safety Office intercepted 6.6 billion attempts at disinformation in Canada. Just an average day for that office. All of this information that we see online contributes to how we think and how we act. If only we'd known that we were seeing things with a certain purpose, it might have changed how we acted. And facial recognition is also used in these ways. There's something concerning. Often in the context of environment, we hear about social acceptance of a project. Social license. If there is a social license, it does not equate to enthusiasm necessarily, but there was no debate about social license for facial recognition. Facial recognition is being used in public. If we go out in public, our face can be used. In my previous career, people said to me, you know, I've never done anything wrong, so if they happen to capture my image, that's fine. Well, I would reply to those people, well, if you knew what they could do with pictures of your face, you may be more concerned. Local and international actors are taking advantage of this. Let's discuss this topic. We discussed the topic on the Ethics Committee. We discussed it with the member for Barrie-Innisfil. But our discussions and concerns don't seem to have trickled down into society thus far. People may express concern, but that doesn't go far enough. We came to a conclusion, the conclusion that we should issue some recommendations because, given the lack of regulation, we wanted to make a few proposals so that how facial recognition is used would be more transparent. We proposed 19 recommendations, Madam Speaker. I won't list all 19, but I will list a few of them. The first main recognition was that the Government of Canada amend the Privacy Protection Act to ensure that federal institutions ensure they are acting lawfully in facial recognition. This refers to Passport Canada, the Canada Border Services Agency, and so on. The Privacy Protection Act has not been amended since before the advent of the Internet, so a little update is called for. In committee, we called on the government to take action, and they often replied, oh, that's a good idea, but those were empty promises, not followed up by any action. There should be clear penalties for infringing on privacy, even if it's law enforcement infringing on our privacy. Sometimes there are legitimate uses of facial recognition, but if it is misused, there should be clear penalties. Actions must have consequences. If there are no consequences, the actions will be repeated. If there's no monetary penalty or other penalty, then it will continue. Another recommendation, we should amend the Privacy Protection Act so that those who create facial recognition technologies have to respect privacy. So before developing facial recognition software, we should consult the Privacy Commissioner. We made these recommendations in 2022, and here we are now still asking ourselves whether we should protect people. Well, it was written very clearly that we do need to protect people because there are a lot of illegitimate uses ongoing of facial recognition, and sometimes legitimate uses are not appropriate because there wasn't a warrant. We really need to regulate the situation. There's another interesting recommendation, the right to being forgotten or having one's data deleted. The European Union has legislated on the right to be forgotten. One central agency coordinates this and ensures that we cannot be automatically identified on social networks and to give people the right to not be immediately identified online. Some influencers take photos of themselves and post photos of themselves every 4 minutes, but this might not be for everyone. Some people might not want to be easily identifiable on networks, for example, through social media. So our recommendation in committee was for social media networks to automatically delete users' information and data after a certain determined period of inactivity. I won't read you the 16 other recommendations, but we understand from the recommendations, which were the result of a lengthy consultation period, we understand that provincial commissioners and those who promote facial recognition and those who condemn it, they were all unanimous in consultation that we need to do something, that we need to legislate. Before I conclude, I would like to quote Carol Puvazan from the business IMQ Law. She said, "We need to be careful. We need more transparency. But if we go ahead, we need to go ahead with a scalpel and not with an axe." What she means is that we need to be aware of this new software, of this new technology, which isn't so new anymore since that was 2 years ago. But she said that we need to be aware of advantages, but also to protect ourselves from the disadvantages, some of which I explained. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
House Leader.
Yes, so thank you, Madam Speaker. I think it's worth noting that Canada, amongst nations, our peer nations and others, is doing exceptionally well in regards to the technological advancement of things like AI and facial recognition. And through that advancement, there is a responsibility of the different stakeholders, in particular government, to do it in a very responsible way and to be looking at ways in which we can actually ensure that our laws and regulations are in fact of benefit, of providing the type of assurances that Canadians want to see. And it doesn't matter where one lives in Canada. That's just the general feeling I believe that a vast majority have. And I'm wondering if my colleague could provide his thoughts on the importance of Bill C-27, which is still in committee. And I find that's unfortunate. I would have liked to have seen it taken out of committee months ago. And if he could provide his thoughts on that issue.
Honorable député de Trois-Rivières.
The Honourable Member for Trois-Rivières. I thank the member for Winnipeg North, who always asks relevant questions. He talks about responsibility. Responsibility is a very important concept in society. It comes from two Latin words, res, meaning thing, and pondere, which means to promise. To respond is to answer a promise. But the government, we have been making ourselves blue in the face recommending the modernization of the Privacy Protection Act. So, yes, we are a leader in some facial recognition software. We're a leader in AI, but we're really behind when it comes to protecting privacy and private data. C27 does contain some positive aspects, but C27 should have been split, because had it been split in two, the part about privacy would already have been accepted. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I wish to thank my colleague for moving this concurrence motion in the House today. This report was presented to the House in 2022. Meanwhile, in the meantime, since then, artificial intelligence technology has really progressed. Now, in Canada and elsewhere, there is legislation to protect privacy and personal data. One of the Privacy Commissioner and Information Commissioner's recommendations was that we really need to modernize PIPEDA, saying that we don't have a legislative framework. So the recommendation is that privacy should be considered a fundamental right. Would the colleague agree with me and with the Commissioner that we need to modernize and overhaul the legislation, and now? The Honourable Member for Trois-Rivières. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I thank my colleague. I work with him on the Ethics Committee, and he does excellent work in committee. The Privacy Commissioner has suggested that privacy be considered a fundamental right, and I could not agree more. But what really struck me is, in reading a 2022 report, is that at the time, the recommendations seemed very strong and forward-thinking. But now, in 2024, those recommendations are, in fact, less than the bare minimum of what we need to do. We have not treated privacy like a fundamental right. We must protect privacy and personal information. In fact, we're really at the back of the pack. We need to seriously overhaul legislation, and C27 is not that.
Very much, Madam Speaker, and I do really appreciate working with the honourable colleague. As an ethicist, he brings subject matter expertise that is often lacking in terms of the nuance of these critical discussions, particularly around technology that many of us have only really scratched the surface on. And I think that reflecting on this, having worked alongside him, he'll recall in talking about the strength of the recommendations, two recommendations in particular. One was recommendation number 18, which was, unanimously passed by the committee, that the Government of Canada impose a federal moratorium on the use of facial recognition technology by federal policing services and Canadian industries unless implemented in a confirmed consultation with the Office of the Privacy Commissioner. What we came to find, and I'm sure the honourable member will recall and perhaps can expand on this, is that this was the Wild West, that departments were using this technology without any kind of formal privacy impact assessments. There was no contemplation of the Privacy Commissioner. So if he could please just reflect on the need, 2 years later, for this government to honour our committee's call for a moratorium on this technology.
The Honourable Member for Trois-Rivières. I'd like to thank my colleague from Hamilton South because he's right. But I'd like to make an observation before I answer. The committee is formed of many parties, and here we have 3 parties have just spoken about this report. It's something that concerns me because the government is not present. They were asking for a moratorium in recommendation 18. Please don't make reference to anyone's absence in the House. My 2 colleagues are present here with me. We can defend this. But the moratorium that was mentioned, I remember witnesses who appeared talked about their tragedies. They know what they went through. And at the time, I'm repeating myself again, but we thought we were very aggressive on this. Now what's before us is just the very bare minimum, less than what is necessary. So it's imperative to take action, and we have to try to do as best possible to correct the injustices given the absence of regulations. Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Beauport-Limoilou. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. The report submitted by my colleague today is important, and it brings calls for reflection, but I'd like us to go further. In 2023, I had the pleasure in Edinburgh during an interparliamentary exchange, I was able to listen to the AI conference, and it said we had to have legislation, and even large AI producers were even asking for legislation. And image capturing with AI together creates a desire for misinformation against a political backdrop, as foreign interference is worrisome. So I wonder, all of these factors taken together, image capturing, AI, is it not a way of facilitating foreign interference so it becomes a direct threat to our democracy? And how can we quickly end this threat? The Honourable Member for Trois-Rivières. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I'd like to take advantage of this opportunity to talk about the many topics she mentioned. Facial recognition for foreign interference and misinformation. One witness told me something striking. Finland doesn't, they are a neighbor to Russia, and they've been affected greatly by these issues. But in 2014, they decided on two things. They decided that in schools, they're going to teach critical thinking that allows students to become enlightened in their thought process. They also forced independent media to be freer and more independent. So these two conditions help to fight misinformation, their education, and the presence of strong media. So I find this sad here because I haven't seen a lot of places in Canada where we teach critical thought, even in young people. So where we are really a rife place for misinformation and foreign interference. Questions and comments?
The Honourable Member for Hamilton Centre.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. And the Honourable Member did speak about having a rights-based approach to data, the idea of data sovereignty in an era of what is essentially data capitalism, the commodification of personal information for the sale and profiting of private corporations. And so I would like the Honourable Member perhaps to recall and reflect upon the discourse that we had at committee, particularly around the right to be forgotten, having individual privacy for consumers to be protected in law in order so that they can erase information that might be present about them on the internet.
Quick answer, the Honourable Member for, yes. Surveillance capitalism is a very strong industry today. If they don't ask us for permission to capture our data, well, it would be a nice thing to be able to be forgotten, and we need to have protection, this privacy protection in our legislation.
Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. It's a pleasure to rise and speak on an issue that I know is very important to all Canadians, Madam Speaker. And I wanted to actually make note of a couple of things before I really get underway. When you think of the issue of the Internet, Madam Speaker, I think that we need to put it into the perspective of time and how things have changed over time in a very significant way. And that applies more so to, I would suggest to you, to the industry of technological changes related to the Internet and computers. I would suggest to you it's virtually second to no other, and it's something in which we all need to be very much aware of. It is an issue in which our constituents are very much concerned with, and I think that at the end of the day, to recognize just how much things have changed and the importance of governments to show that not only do they understand the issue, but they also have taken tangible actions in order to address the many different concerns that are out there. I would start it off by saying there is a number of pieces of legislation that are all related to that technological change that I'm referring to. You know, if you canvass Canadians, you'll find that there's a wide spectrum of ways in which we actually use the Internet. And there's many benefits to it, and there's many drawbacks to it, Madam Speaker. And the legislative agenda that we have put forward and advanced over the last number of years deals with both sides of it, Madam Speaker. How important it is to have a framework that enables us to protect, for example, the marketplace. How important it is that we have legislation and laws that protect the victims of the abuse that takes place on our internet. And I'd like to maybe cite 3 pieces of legislation in terms of where they're at today. And it's not necessarily because of the government's will to constantly push opposition members in trying to get through the legislation, but I would suggest that these are the types of legislation that I believe that a vast majority of Canadians would ultimately support, Madam Speaker. I can make reference, for example, on the issue of protection. Today, I think this will be, I think there's been 4 concurrence reports from the Conservative Party. I think this is either might be the 3rd report, concurrence report, might be the 2nd concurrence report from the Bloc. And I know that New Democrats have done a concurrence report. And then we've had, and this is all during government business, if I can put it that way, Madam Speaker. Then we've had the issue of the matters of privilege. That ultimately no Conservative standing up saying, well, why are we doing these concurrence reports when we should be dealing with the privilege? Because the privilege is actually being used as a tool to prevent the discussion of legislation. Why is that important to highlight right now? It's because one of the pieces of legislation that we have been trying to push out of second reading is Bill C-63, the Online Harms Act. That's a piece of legislation that ultimately protects individuals, the communities, in regards to inappropriate behavior that's taking place, Madam Speaker, on the internet. And it's creating victims. And these are the types of things in which I say, what role does government have? AI and facial recognition, the impact of that, and this particular report raises a number of concerns. Imagine all the images that are on the internet today that Canadians do not want on the internet, Madam Speaker. And I'm thinking in terms of the victim of a breakup where one spouse has put it without the consent of the ex, if I can put it that way, putting inappropriate pictures onto the internet. Well, Bill C-63 is legislation that addresses the need of an issue of that nature. Yet, it continues to be frustrated in terms of getting through the House of Commons on second reading, Madam Speaker. Yet, I know that a majority of members of Parliament that are sitting in the House of Commons actually support Bill C-63, Madam Speaker. You know, we have C-26 legislation, Madam Speaker. And C-26, again, deals with the issue of cybersecurity and how important that issue is. When you think of cybersecurity, imagine the data banks that are out there, that are collected, and the information that is on those data banks, and how critical that information is, Madam Speaker. Defending and supporting where we can Canadians through issues related to privacy. and the potential leak of data bank information. You know, there was a time in which a data bank was paper-driven. And the shredders might have had good business at the time, Madam Speaker, but it was all paper-driven. I remember going into an embassy where we see the containers full of correspondence. The containers are disappearing as more and more things are becoming digital. And that applies in many, many different forms, Madam Speaker. In literally seconds, millions of data points can actually be lost and ultimately acquired by someone that would have a malicious intent, I would suggest, Madam Speaker. And we see that. You know, we're still waiting for C-26 to ultimately get that royal assent. Not to mention, you know, the bill C-27. And C-27 has a great deal to do with what we're actually talking about today specifically, Madam Speaker. I think members need to fully understand when we look in terms of how important this issue is. The last time we actually had a modernization of the acts that are in question, and I'm referring to C-27, you'd actually have to go back to 2000, over 20 years ago, Madam Speaker. iPhones didn't exist. Can you imagine a time where iPhones didn't exist? I can, Madam Speaker. And it really wasn't all that long ago. You know, when I was first elected, you know, it was a computer in which the first thing you did was when you turned it on is you heard the dial tone and then ding dong ding dong, and then you're on to the internet type of thing, Madam Speaker. And it took quite a while to get that connection. And people were using the 5.5-inch floppy disk. And then it was in and around that 2000, let's say 95 to 2000, 2001, where we really started to see an explosion taking place in terms of the internet advancement and technology. And it continues today. Think in terms of where this government's actually put its investments, not only in having protection for Canadians, but ensuring that communities have access because of how critical the internet is to all of us, Madam Speaker. You know, it's interesting when you take a look at one of the greatest expenditures, or a large expenditure in my home province of Manitoba, in terms of expanding the broadband or the internet into rural communities, is actually being financed through the Canada Infrastructure Bank. Ironically, that's the Canada Infrastructure Bank that the Conservatives say is doing nothing. They have no projects. That the leader of the Conservative Party has said that he's going to get rid of the Infrastructure Bank. Yet, in my home province of Manitoba, we are actually seeing the internet being expanded through the Canada Infrastructure Bank, Madam Speaker. And it's not alone. And it is an absolute essential service today. Back in the late 80s and going into the 90s, some might have said it was a bit of an option. Today, it is not an option, Madam Speaker. And when you think in terms of the year 2000, the last time it was actually updated, and the fact that for almost a decade, Stephen Harper chose to do absolutely nothing in regards to the protection of individuals' recognition onto or identification and so forth that's being consumed through the internet, chose to do nothing. This government, for a number of years, has been looking at how it is that we can modernize our protection of Canadians through the internet and how we can maximize the benefits of the internet while at the same time minimizing the harms to society, Madam Speaker. And those are the type of initiatives that the Government of Canada has been taking in order to be able to show in a very real and tangible way, whether it's at legislative or budgetary measures, that we understand the technology and we are going to continue not only to be there, but also to invest in it in a very real and tangible way, Madam Speaker. It is one of the reasons why Canada virtually leads the rest of the world in many areas, especially on AI and facial recognition. It's because we understand, looking forward, the role that this is going to play. And that is why, Madam Speaker, I would suggest to you that it was so very important that we actually bring forward legislation. And ultimately, to look across the way, because you do need, in a minority situation, Madam Speaker, you do need to get a sense of cooperation coming from all opposition parties. Because all it takes, Madam Speaker, isn't a majority or even a majority of members in order to prevent things from happening in the House. All it takes is just one political party, Madam Speaker. Any political entity in the House that has 13, 14 people in it can cause a great deal of frustration, even though a majority inside the House might want to see actions being taken. Yes, in the last federal election, it was a minority government that was elected. But that doesn't take the responsibility away from all political parties to take actions that are necessary in order to support what's in the best interests of Canadians, Madam Speaker. And that's why, in part, when I stand up and I speak to the report, a lot of work, no doubt. Madam Speaker, I wasn't at the committee, but I can assure you, Madam Speaker, that a great deal of effort would have been put into the coming up of this report. And having read some of the comments that were provided from the Minister's office in regards to the response to the report, obviously, the government has actually taken the report very seriously. And if you want to get an appreciation in terms of the content of the report, I would encourage members to take a look at it. But also take a look in terms of the response that the government has provided on the report. And I suspect that if you take a look at the response that's been provided, you will find that once again, much like in the many comments I've put on the record thus far, Madam Speaker, that you have a government that understands the issue, the report, and has actually taken actions not only today, but previously in dealing with the concerns that are being raised. All you need to do is take a look at that Bill C-27. And in the response, even the minister makes reference to Bill C-27. And pose the question as to why it is, if members are genuinely concerned about the report, I would suggest to you that they should be sympathetic to at least allow C-27 to get on a committee. Why wouldn't that be happening, Madam Speaker? And I can assure, contrary to what the member said across the way, that as a government, we are constantly listening to Canadians. And that's why you will find that whether it's a legislative measure or a budget measure, that within those measures that you will see the thoughts and ideas of the people of Canada being reflected in it, Madam Speaker. It's your constituents, my constituents, all of our constituents that are genuinely concerned about what's happening on the internet today. To try to amplify that fact in terms of the need for that change, I quickly made reference to the year 2000 when we actually had the legislation. And then we had the big gap where absolutely nothing was done on the legislation. I call that the Stephen Harper era, Madam Speaker. And then we have a government that replaced that and that immediately started to work with Canadians to get a better understanding of the types of legislation and regulations that are going to be necessary. So, Madam Speaker, the best example that I could come up, because I know the explosion of iPhones that are out there today. Look at the issue of Facebook and how many people participate in Facebook. How many people own an iPad or an iPhone or are on Facebook or Instagram or many other social medias, Madam Speaker, that did not exist in 2000? None of those existed, Madam Speaker. So if that is the case, as I stated, I think a good question to pose is why the resistance to actually support what Canadians are wanting to see? Why would you oppose some of the framework legislation that we're bringing forward that will protect the interests of Canadians? As I said, it's not like it's an option nowadays, Madam Speaker. Today, it is an essential service, our internet. People will go to the internet for a wide spectrum of different reasons. Whether it's things such as maybe streaming a favorite show from the past or something that's more recent, to looking at issues related to health conditions. I'm always amazed in terms of just how the general knowledge of the population continues to grow on health-related issues. I would suggest to you, Madam Speaker, that that is an area that has great potential. And that will incorporate, I would suggest to you, issues like AI and facial recognition, where you get organizations, nonprofits, some privates, and even governments, Madam Speaker, in a very real way, using the internet as a tool in order to be able to deliver healthcare services, in order to provide healthcare advice. And so many people are actually taking up and looking into it. One of the reasons I would suggest to you that we will have people living longer lives into the future, Madam Speaker. It is endless. That's...
Yeah, oh yes, I'm sorry. And I was a bit distracted. I'm sorry. Questions and comments, questions et commentaires. L'honorable député, the honourable member for Barrie Innisfil.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Speaker. We're debating a report that was presented by the Ethics Committee in a study that it did in 2022, speaking about facial recognition and the advancement of artificial intelligence. One of the issues that has come up, obviously the technology advancements in AI is really having an impact on the spread of disinformation and misinformation. It's also affecting and impacting the privacy rights of Canadians. One of the things that the Privacy Commissioner has talked about frequently at Ethics Committee is the need to update the Privacy Act to ensure that privacy is a fundamental right for all Canadians. I'm wondering what the opinion of the member is on that and whether, in fact, the government has any plans to update the Privacy Act to recognize that privacy is a fundamental right.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Madam Speaker, I appreciate the question, especially the fact that it's coming from a Conservative member asking us to what thoughts we have in regards to legislation. Because I made reference in my comments to Bill C-63. That's the Online Harms Act. I've made reference to Bill C-26, which deals with the cybersecurity. I've made reference to C-27, which deals with the setting of a new framework or updating a framework so that we'll have the regulations, Madam Speaker, that address many aspects of the report itself. And the biggest barrier that's in place isn't the fact that we don't have a lack of ideas or legislation. The biggest barrier is, in fact, the Conservative Party of Canada, who continues to prevent legislation from ultimately becoming law. So on the one hand, they talk about the importance of privacy for Canadians. They talk about the importance of cyber-related issues. But when it comes time to advance legislation, that's where they're found wanting, Madam Speaker. And I would encourage my colleague that if he believes that we should have legislation, my encouraging words to him would be, then allow the legislation to get through.
The Honourable Member for Thérèse de Blainville. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I think we need to note something in this debate. Canada is behind on legislative regulation of AI. AI is moving forward whether we like it or not. If we don't have a regulatory framework, well, we can't blame it on everyone else. It's our own fault. We've been slow in decision making. At the HUMA committee, we did a study on the impact of artificial intelligence on the labor market. It was very interesting. We heard from experts. They told us we need a framework. Last year, the EU brought into place a legislative framework. It's up to the government to bring forward proactively ideas that will enable us to settle these matters once and for all.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I agree with the member to the extent in which it is the responsibility of government. And at the end of the day, what we have seen is a responsible government that has taken a number of legislative measures and is brought to the floor of the House of Commons. Once we bring it to the floor of the House of Commons, there is a responsibility of all members to recognize. When the member says we should have a framework, that's what Bill C-27 is, in part, is a framework that would allow for regulations. Madam Speaker, those are the types of things in which we should be trying to get through the House of Commons. So Canada, which does an incredible job on responsible advancement of AI and facial recognition, is allowed to continue to do so, and that the government is able to keep up with that advancement in a very responsible way, Madam Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Hamilton Centre.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. You know, one of the most asinine things of being in debates, particularly with this Liberal government, is they pretend like they're not in power. They pretend like, geez, if only there was somebody who could take the 18 recommendations that were supported by their members and actually get it done. Half of these things, 2/3 of these things do not require legislation. So through you to the Honourable Member, Given that he's taken up all the time, not allowed any of the backbenchers to speak, hopefully he prepared for this debate. Which of these 18 recommendations has his government acted on over the last 2 years?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Well, Madam Speaker, have I got news for the member opposite? He didn't necessarily need to put that question to me because at the end of the day, all he has to do is just read the response from the government. I didn't write the response, but the member could read the response. It's like a 12-page response to the recommendations, and he will become that much more familiar with the manner in which the government has actually taken actions. And to blindly make a statement that it doesn't require legislation, there are certain aspects of the report that do require some changes, and that is why it is I have made the suggestion that we need to continue to advance and push important legislation that's currently there, and I cited 3 tangible examples of that, Madam Speaker. So if the member was listening to what it is that I was saying, he might have been a little bit more supportive. And thank you to the NDP for the support that they do give us, I must say, Madam Speaker.
L'honorable député de Longueuil de Châteauguay.
The honourable member for Châteauguay-Lacolle.
Listened with great interest to the speech of the honourable member, and again, I must thank him for his diligence and ability, quite frankly, to speak to this House on so many different matters that come before it. Because, yeah, this has all been litigated before. The Ethics Committee certainly produced a report that was well thought out, well written. Why we have to rediscuss it, quite frankly, escapes me. But I would like to hear the honourable member. Maybe there are a few things that he would like to put on record at this time.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. And I suspect that there is no one inside the chamber that has read all of the reports. And at the end of the day, Madam Speaker, if you take a look at the number of concurrence reports that are there are literally pages and pages and pages. We're talking about hundreds of reports. There's actually more reports than there are sitting days that are left. So the issue is important, as other issues that have been raised through concurrence reports, Madam Speaker. No doubt that they're important, but they're never important enough to raise them on opposition days, only on government business days. And it seems to be a way in which it prevents us from being able to talk about, for example, Bill C-63, the Online Harms Act, which actually advances what it is that our constituents would want. So I say specifically to my Conservative friends, instead of playing party politics and trying to serve yourselves, you should be thinking about serving Canadians by actually dealing with the legislative agenda and allowing for it to move forward.
Questions and comments, l'honorable député de Beauport-Limoilou.
The honourable member for Beauport-Limoilou. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Since earlier, my colleague has been speaking about Bill C-27. My question is simple. This bill does not only address AI, but also a range of other subjects. However, AI is so important that it should be studied very seriously as a whole and without any distractions from other also important subjects. In this case, we need to focus on AI and go in depth into the matter, instead of dealing with it superficially. That would be a real change. Would the government bring in a bill that would seriously address the matter of AI? Because it is indeed an extremely important topic.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. Where there's opportunity to bring in legislation and get through the House of Commons, the government is definitely interested in it. AI and facial recognition is a very serious issue. We have treated it as a serious issue. We will continue to do so, Madam Speaker, because this is an area or an industry, the whole responsible advancement of technology on this issue is so critical to our country. And
En ordre, conformément à l'article
Order. It is my duty pursuant to Standing Order 38 to inform the House that the questions to be raised tonight at the time of adjournment are as follows.
The member for Calgary Rocky Ridge, National Defence. The honourable member for Renfrew, Nipissing, Pembroke, Carbon Pricing. The honourable member for Courtney Albany, the Environment. Reprise du débat, resuming debate. The honourable member for Calgary Nose Hill.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I'll be sharing my time today with the member from Montmagny, Lilley, Kamouraska, Rivière-du-Loup. Madam Speaker, so what we're doing here today is we're doing something called a concurrence debate, and this relates to a report that was actually submitted to the House in October 2022, so 2 years ago, on the topic of facial recognition software. Now, this might seem like a very niche topic, but it's really not. Facial recognition software has become pervasive in use, especially here in Canada, and the report provided a set of recommendations on safeguards that could be used to both protect Canadians' privacy, their data, as well as to prevent negative social impacts, such as the use of facial recognition software to do things like, let's say, racially profile marginalized groups. So the report had some pretty clear recommendations. It was issued in October 2022, and the government abjectly has failed. They've let 2 years go by without implementing a single one of these recommendations to protect the health, safety, and privacy of Canadians. Now, I want to talk about what the government is going to say that they did in response to this report and then debunk it. The government tabled a bill entitled, the bill's number is C-27, and it has two components. It has some content with regard to privacy and some content with regard to artificial intelligence. The problem with this bill is that virtually every type of civil society group, academics, businesses have all panned both components of the bill for a variety of reasons. Many people in this House have asked for the bill to be split so that those two very disparate topics could be studied separately. The government has refused to do that. But most importantly, this bill contains absolutely nothing on facial recognition, absolutely nothing that materially addresses the recommendations in this report. And that's why when the Liberals stand up and talk about this, they have to dance around this issue. My colleague from the NDP asked, rightly so, he said, how many of these recommendations have been put in place? The answer is 0. And I'm going to outline what the key failures of the bill is, and then what the impacts of that are on Canadians. Because this is, it's not necessarily a front burner issue, but I think it was really important that this report was brought forward today because it's something that Canadians should be concerned about. So the problems with unregulated use of facial recognition software, and I know that can sound really technical for someone, but I have to explain, Madam Speaker, how pervasive it is. If you walked into a shopping center today, there is absolutely nothing from stopping that shopping center from using high-definition cameras to capture your every move, to capture your biometric data, and then attach it to other profiles that you might have with other companies, and then use that to make a profile on you on what you can afford, how they could target you for advertising, or in really bad cases, target you for negative security experiences, let's say, right? So this is a very pervasive technology. Basically, anywhere that there's a camera, facial recognition software can and is likely being used. But it's not just being used by the private sector, it's also being used by government. And there's almost no limits on what the Liberal government can do with facial recognition software in Canada today. And that is highly problematic for several reasons. First of all, it's a massive invasion of Canadians' privacy, many times that they don't even know is happening, right? That's because that lack of regulation, the failure of the government to address these recommendations and put this into C-27 means that Canadians' privacy is at risk. They don't have the ability to consent when and how facial recognition software can apply to them. The second thing is that that opens them up to big-time data misuse. So if, as I said in the shopping center example, there's really nothing preventing that shopping center from selling that biometric data and putting together a broader profile on somebody to be used for any purpose, without that person's ability to reject it on moral grounds, which under the fundamentals of privacy in Canada, we should have the right to do. I would almost argue that it's a human right. The other problem is that it can lead to discrimination and bias. Many studies have shown that facial recognition software, they actually treat people of color differently for a wide variety of reasons. And of course that is going to lead to discrimination and bias in how it's being used. And so there should be restrictions on that to maintain Canada's pluralism, to ensure equality of opportunity, and to ensure that people of color are not discriminated against because of a lack of regulation. And to re-emphasize, it is not in Bill C-27, any of these things. Facial recognition software, the unregulated use of it, because again, the government failed to do this in Bill C-27, it can also lead to suppression of speech. Let's say that a government wanted to use facial recognition software to monitor people on the street, right? And you have within, different government departments some sort of profile now on who you are or what you do, or what your political beliefs are. And they see you and maybe a few of your friends coming from different areas walking to a gathering spot, right? That could be, in theory, used to disrupt somebody's right to protest. There is absolutely no restrictions on that type of use in government in Bill C-27, zero. Also, you can also see how this could be used by the government for extensive overreach. The government will often talk about, many people in this place will talk about wrongful convictions. Facial recognition software, there have been cases where facial recognition software was used to lead towards an arrest or a warrant, and because there isn't clearly defined limits or burdens of proof for that use of that technology, it can lead to wrongful arrest and conviction as well. It leads to a loss of anonymity. We have the right to be anonymous. I think we have the right to be anonymous, certainly, in this country. But that right has been breached without even any sort of debate in this place because the government has failed to put that into Bill C-27. And frankly, also the lack of regulations, particularly on the government use of facial recognition technology, means that there's a lack of our ability as legislators to hold the government to account on whether or not they are overreaching. Because we don't have in law the requirement for governments to be transparent about how they are using facial recognition software, we can't in this place say, well, there's been an overreach or not. It's very difficult to get that information. So, Madam Speaker, to be clear, Bill C-27 has been panned at committee by civil liberties groups, by civil society groups, because of three things. It fails to define biometric function as sensitive data. It fails to provide clear restrictions on when and how businesses and government can use facial recognition technology. And it fails to provide adequate safeguards for individuals, especially regarding the consent and potential for discriminatory outcomes. So the bill is a failure. The bill should have long been split, as has been the request by multiple parties of this place. And also, the reality is that we have not had this debate in the House of Commons on what the guidelines should be for facial recognition technology. What the government has proposed to do in C-27 is take that out of this place, this vital debate, and put it in the hands of some liberal-controlled regulator to be determined behind closed doors with big tech companies setting the boundaries on that, not us, and that's wrong. So I want to talk about what the government has done. What they have done is, first of all, they've put this unfettered use of facial recognition software out into the public. They've failed to define it in C-27, and then they went one step further. C-63, the government's massive draconian censorship bill, would go one step further in putting a chill on Canadian speech, and it's another layer of Canada's loss of privacy, Canada's loss of speech, and Canadians' loss of rights. So when the government stands up and talks about C-63, this draconian censorship bill, somehow being a response to facial recognition technology, it's not only laughable, it should strike fear into the heart of every Canadian, because all of these factors combine to really put a chill on Canadians' privacy, their right to assembly, their right to freedom of speech, and their right to live their lives without government intrusion or the intrusion of merchants who might be using their biometric data and to sell it to other companies. It's just insane that Canada has not acted on this. But we know that the Liberal government has not acted on this because they're in chaos right now. They have so many scandals, so many spending crises, ethical breakdowns, But the one thing that they have been focused on is on censorship, and that's because they do not want Canadians to hold them to account. So, Madam Speaker, I'm very glad that this report is being concurred into the House. I find it an abject failure of the Liberal governments to act on these recommendations, which frankly are nonpartisan and should have been put into law a long time ago. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Madam Speaker, we just seen a demonstration of what Stephen Harper did, and that was absolutely nothing in terms of modernization whatsoever. In fact, it's a continuation because the Conservatives still don't want to do anything in regards to it, and that's the reason why they don't even advance the legislation. So the member was just critical of Bill C-63. In essence, one of the things that Bill C-63 does is it says that, look, if your partner or your ex puts onto the internet inappropriate pictures without your consent, that is wrong, that they shouldn't be able to do that. Yet this particular member says, who cares? Or the Conservative Party, I should say, says, who cares? We're not even going to let that bill get debated, come to an end of second reading. It'll never make committee if it's up to the Conservative Party. They stonewall it. They're keeping the Stephen Harper approach to the issue, and that's to do nothing and nothing but complain.
Honourable Member for Calgary, Nose Hill.
It was former Prime Minister Harper's government who introduced legislation to stop revenge porn. That was the first law that passed in the House of Commons in response to many terrible incidences. So that's actually a conservative bill that passed. Bill C-63 actually doesn't do that. The bill that actually does what the member opposite was talking about was the bill I wrote, Bill C-412. My bill C-412 protects people from the non-consensual distribution of intimate images created by artificial intelligence. It has a digital restraining order for women who are being stalked by people online. And it also has a regulated duty of care for how online operators must treat children. We did all of that without a $200 million bureaucracy, which C-63 proposes, and without a massive impingement on Canadian speech through the reiteration of Section 13 of the Canadian Human Rights Act. We, in opposition, did what the government should have done a long time ago. I'm very proud of that. I'm proud of my caucus colleagues. And this is more of what Canadians can have the hope that they can look forward to when the Conservatives form government after the next election.
Questions and comments. Questions et commentaires. The Honourable Member for Saskatoon University.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and to our honourable colleague. It was a wonderful speech, but it gets back to who is watching the watchers and what is going on with the instructional handbook of 1984. It was bizarre with this regime, but we've seen this before. Failing regimes at the dying days always reach for the power of the state, the fist of the government, to crush opposition. And I think there's some similarities with what this government is doing right now with censorship and C-63 and all the censorship bills that they are trying to control our society. I would like to hear my colleagues' comments on that, and if this is a failure of this government to react to this report that spells out clearly some recommendations that they haven't put forward.
The Honourable Member for Calgary, Nose Hill.
It's an excellent question. So this government has failed on the fronts that my colleague mentioned by two ways, action and omission. On action, this government has censored Canadians through Bill C-11, which had a massive effect on YouTube creators, censoring who gets seen and who doesn't. Bill C-18 resulted in a news ban for online media platforms, so Canadians can't get the news, and it's also put many newsrooms out of work, so now the government can't be held to account. Now they're proposing Bill C-63, which will lead to a kangaroo court wherein any Canadians can be dragged through with vexatious complaints based on their political opinions. And now, through omission, by not putting limits on facial recognition software, they're allowing the government to overreach and use Canadians' biometric data without any limitation. All of that leads to a police state, a censorship state, and something that every Canadian, regardless of political stripe, should be absolutely opposing with every fibre of their being.
Questions and comments? Very brief question from the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Yes, Madam Speaker, no paranoia there. You know, one's got to wonder in terms of the collection of little spots here and there to try to spook or scare Canadians. Government can actually be of a valuable resource in supporting Canadians. Would she not agree that government does a lot of good things?
The Honourable Member for Calgary Nose Hills, a very quick answer.
I wish I had 5 hours. I'll just say this, what the government did, one small example, was Bill C-18 has resulted in the complete decimation of Canada's media ecosystem. There's virtually no local reporting. There's a ban on sharing news on social media platforms. This government wants an ill-informed, censored population so that they can't be held to account.
Resuming debate, reprise du débat, l'honorable député de Montmagny-Lillet, Kamouraska.
Honourable Member for Montmagny-Lillet, Kamouraska, Rivière-du-Loup. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I'm happy to rise today, and I thank my colleague for saying my riding name properly. My colleague was already minister under a previous government, which did a lot, including for technology. Today, we are discussing a report which was tabled 2 years ago, a report on emerging AI technology and facial recognition. The government has had 2 years to take action based on the recommendations of the report, but has not done so. Many colleagues in this place have raised C-27. Now, I have the pleasure of sitting on the Industry Committee, which is responsible for C-27. I'd like to go through a timeline of events. Facial recognition is nowhere to be found in C-27. And yet, the bill is about artificial intelligence and privacy. But, as I said, in C-27, there's not a word about facial recognition. It's important that we go through the timeline or the journey of C-27 so that we can understand how the government operated. The member for Winnipeg North said earlier that the government was transparent and proactive and that the government engaged in consultations. Well, I have a news update for him because in June 2022, C-27 was presented at first reading. We then debated it at second reading 6 months later in November 2022. C-27 was referred to the Industry Committee in April 2023 after another 6-month waiting period. Then, the study of C-27 in committee was delayed due to extended study of other government legislation, including C-34 and C-42. So all of that delayed study of C-27. During the committee study on C-27, we heard from many witnesses. We found out from the witnesses that 300 groups had been consulted. The problem, though, is that they had been consulted after the bill had been tabled. Not before. The minister could perhaps have included facial recognition in his legislation had he spoken to witnesses, had he consulted them. Now, it's all well and good to do consultations. It's important to do so, in fact, but consultations must be done before tabling legislation. Otherwise, we can end up in a situation like this one. Here we are, in 2024, still debating C-27. There have been approximately 250 amendments, 55 of which were from the government, amendments to its own legislation. So how is it that the government tables legislation and then a year and a half later files 55 amendments to its own bill? The government should have engaged in consultations prior to tabling the bill, but in fact, after tabling the bill, we then heard from 300 witnesses and the government moved 55 amendments to its own legislation. Then we finally got around to studying C-27. In October 2023, we also heard from Minister Champagne. Pardon me, I shouldn't name him, but the minister appeared before the committee. Now, the minister, credit where credit is due, he could sell any used car, he could sell anything to anyone. The minister, though, as we moved through our study of the bill, the minister was put in a position of having to move backwards in some sense. Contrary to what the member for Beauport-Limoilou said earlier, there's not a whole host of measures in C27. There are two measures, artificial intelligence and privacy. C27 now has been slowed down because the Liberals have gone to court. Nowhere else in the world has that occurred. We don't want that to be the case. We want to meet the requirements of the Privacy Commissioner because otherwise we will need additional funding. We want to move forward with C27. Specialists told us, and the minister keeps telling us, that Mr. Benjo, the father of artificial intelligence in Canada, who operates out of Montreal, he testified and he said that we needed to take swift action. We would like to, but the truth of the matter is that this bill, from its inception, from its first moments, was botched. That's what our earliest witnesses told us. Artificial intelligence should be in a piece of standalone legislation, not mixed in with privacy protection. Now, there is some overlap between the two topics, but that does not mean that they should be in the same bill.
So, Madam Speaker, when this bill was tabled, well, I have to say that the committee really works in a collaborative fashion. Sometimes we see that in some committees there's some, it's very political and it's very partisan, but at the Committee of Industry, we work very collaboratively, and we try to make sure that we move bills forward as quickly as possible. But with this bill, it wasn't possible. And now, it's no longer 2003, 2004. Well, then we did extraordinary work. And previously at this committee, there were a lot of witnesses that testified about AI itself. And these were really interesting testimonies. One of them surprised us. They almost announced a Third World War, that was technology, with technology through AI. We were a bit shaken when they said that because it seemed very shocking and alarmist. But the reality is that specialists told us about this from across Canada, and they had very solid arguments. And in Europe, they've just adopted AI legislation. And if we had wanted to do so in Canada, we could have split, and we can still do so, split this bill to separate the two issues and to limit ourselves right now to solving the issue of AI, to adapt to what was happening, what's been adopted in Europe. These were bills that were adopted and heavily studied in Europe, and there are people in Quebec as well. And there's Bill 25, I think, in place. Doesn't fully correspond with what we want to do Canada-wide, but we need to have everyone in all the provinces on the same page. But all of these components enter into our consideration, and all of this with respect to facial recognition, well, it's obviously a fundamental point, part of the quality of life of Canadians. People can be identified by a technology. We Well, the Montreal Police, for example, 2 weeks ago said that one of their former police commanders was doing racial profiling through facial recognition. So there are tools that could make things worse. So in conclusion, Madam Speaker, I'd be happy to answer questions. Thank you. Questions and comments?
Parliamentary Secretary, the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. I appreciate the member actually opposite talking about the standing committee and so forth. And, you know, it's interesting contrast, you know, with this government. We've always encouraged the passage of bills through second reading so that we could get it into committee and allow for input. And I would like to think that we're not being criticized for listening to what people are saying around the table and making amendments accordingly where we feel that it gives strength to the bill. Interesting, we're talking about AI, and it was one of the committees where AI was used by the Conservative Party to come up with 20,000 plus amendments to one piece of legislation, which highlights the fact, Madam Speaker, that there are those that actually abuse AI for mischievous reasons, I would suggest, as the Conservatives did in terms of trying to add to a filibuster when they used AI to generate 20,000 plus amendments. My question to the member is, would he not agree that most Canadians would see that as being somewhat silly, using AI as a mechanism to assist the Conservative research team?
The honourable member for Montmagny, Kamouraska, Rivière-du-Loup. Madam Speaker, that's full misinformation there. Those amendments were not made through AI, but with colleagues in our office. But once again, we have circumstances, Madam Speaker, where, and I'll repeat it once again, we tried to work collaboratively at committee, and look what they tell us. We get accused of things that aren't even true. So I think it's really unfortunate to see this, because for all Canadians, we have a duty to ensure that we establish legislation to control the new technologies of tomorrow. They're not just at our doors, but in our homes now. So we need to get legislation as quickly as possible, and then we're being criticized. Thank you.
Merci,
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. My colleague underscored C-27 and the fact that it wasn't a huge bill, but it should be split in two so that we can look at AI in a fulsome manner to make the necessary amendments on AI, given that there's nothing currently in place. This is a minority government, and in a democracy where everyone can sit down around a table to negotiate and to discuss things. And I would simply ask my colleague, what does he think of the government's refusal to negotiate and to split C-27? The honourable member from Montmagny, Kamouraska. Madam Speaker, we are still waiting to hear from the minister. He asked us to send him something. We did that quickly to be able to look at C-27. We're still waiting for an answer from him. We haven't heard from him yet. He seems to be a quick talker, but to fix things, he hasn't moved. Questions and comments?
Honourable member for Brandon Souris.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I just want to thank my colleague for his excellent presentation this afternoon on Bill C-27 here. He mentioned that there was 55 amendments that the government brought forward to their own bill, and I just wonder if he could comment, and we've just seen a response from the government in regards to some incorrect news in regards to the amendment that we put forward, amendments, and how they were put forward. But can you just comment on how ill-prepared the government was for this own bill when they had to put in 55 amendments to their own bill?
Even though I cannot comment, the honourable member from Montmagny, Kamouraska can. Madam Speaker, I'd like to thank my colleague for his question, because I was explaining earlier in my speech that the government tabled that bill and then consulted 300 groups. Ideally, they would have done so before they tabled the bill. That would have been the right thing to do. This government tables bills repetitively and then goes to committee and makes a bunch of amendments. They're doing this work backwards. It's not a good way to work, and that's how they've done it for 9 years.
The honourable member for Hamilton Centre.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I will be splitting my time with the always honourable member from Windsor West, and I would like to begin by just clearing the record right off the bat from the honourable member from Winnipeg North. I was actually proud to participate in studying and drafting the Access to Information, Privacy and Ethics Facial Recognition Technology on the report called The Growing Power of Artificial Intelligence as the NDP critic for the community. So today's concurrence motion on our standing committee report, although 2 years passed, remains perhaps even more important today as the technology continues to surpass any legislative regulations and, in my opinion, ethical restrictions. This important and timely work addresses the critical issue, which is the use of facial recognition technology and its growing power, especially within law enforcement and other sectors of society. As the ethics critic for the NDP, I believe that it is vitally important to scrutinize this technology through the lens of equity, accountability, and human rights. The Standing Committee on the Access to Information, Privacy and Ethics produced this extensive report, and throughout our study, we heard from the concerns of 33 witnesses, many of them who were raising alarm bells about the disproportionate harms inflicted on racialized communities and by unchecked deployment of these technologies. Let's start with the facts. Facial recognition technology systems are often powered by AI and are hailed for their ability to supposedly streamline processes, verify identities, and assist in law enforcement operations. But the evidence shows that this technology is far from neutral. As we heard from multiple witnesses, including privacy advocates and experts, facial recognition technology is riddled with algorithmic bias, and its misuse can have severe, life-altering consequences for people who are already marginalized by society. Witnesses like Cynthia Ko from the Center of Privacy and Technology at Georgetown Law School and Miss Angelina Wang and Christelle Tonello from Princeton University made it clear. Facial recognition technology is 100 times more likely to misidentify Black and Asian individuals. For darker-skinned women, the misidentification rate can exceed 1 in 3. Let me repeat that, 1 in 3. Now, the system works nearly perfect for white men, but for racialized individuals, especially Black and Indigenous people, it is flawed and a dangerous tool that amplifies the biases already present in our institutions. We've heard time and time again about cases in the United States where Black men were wrongfully arrested due to the errors of facial recognition. Robert Williams, Najir Parks, Michael Oliver were all victims of a broken system that disproportionately criminalizes Black bodies. And through no such cases have yet surfaced in Canada, we cannot ignore the very real possibility of this happening here. We know there is systemic racism within our own police forces, a fact acknowledged by the House of Commons Standing Committee on Public Safety and National Security. So the use of FRT only serves to exacerbate the problem. The committee also heard from civil liberties groups like the International Civil Liberties Monitoring Group that the use of this technology by law enforcement is not just flawed, but fundamentally dangerous. We are seeing the potential for mass surveillance without public consent or adequate oversight. Tim McSorley of the ICLMG warned us that this is already happening. The RCMP admitted to using FRT tools like Clearview AI to track individuals without public knowledge or legal safeguards. This is surveillance of our most vulnerable communities under the guise of security, and this is unacceptable. But the harm doesn't stop at law enforcement. We must consider the broader societal implications. Facial recognition technology is not just about identifying criminals. It's about tracking people in public spaces, at protests, or even as they shop. This is a direct threat to fundamental rights of freedom of expression, freedom of assembly, and the right to privacy. And let's be clear, those most affected by this are the very communities that are already subject to over-policing, Black, Indigenous, and other racialized people. And beyond this, we must acknowledge the wider context of how big tech companies like Google operate in these gray zones between public-facing ethics and the pursuit of profit through military contracts. Google's involvement in military projects like Project Nimbus and Project Maven, facilitated through its venture capital firm, Google Ventures, is a stark example of this hidden agenda that is unfolding right now in the genocide in Gaza. Project Nimbus, a cloud computing contract between Google, Amazon, and the Israeli government, facilitates military operations that critics argue contribute to surveillance and human rights violations, particularly in occupied Palestinian territories. They test it there, and then they export it around the world. Similarly, Project Maven was a highly controversial initiative where Google partnered with the U.S. Department of Defense to develop AI technologies that improved drone targeting capabilities, technologies that have a devastating impact on civilian populations. Though Google has publicly distanced itself from Project Maven after internal protests, we know that the company's venture capital firm, Google Ventures, continues to invest in defense and AI companies with military applications. This allows Google to maintain financial stakes in military advancements, including activities that are currently under investigation at the ICJ as war crimes by the Israeli government on the people of Palestine, in Gaza and the West Bank, and even as it outwardly claims to step away from these projects. Former staffers who once worked on military contracts like Maven continue to find themselves in startups funded by Google Ventures, ensuring that the ties between big tech and the military remain intact. The use of drone technology and AI in warfare is expanding. We've seen military drone dogs that are armed and have the ability to track down people, including civilians. So Google's involvement through this venture capital activities demonstrates that these corporations are still very much engaged in these projects, although through more covert financial channels. And while Alphabet may distance its brand from military contracts, it continues to benefit from and shape the future of warfare. There is a revolving door between tech companies and the military-industrial complex, facilitated by investments from companies like Google. And this underscores the ethical concerns that we as a parliament must address. This government's role in regulating these technologies is crucial. There are 18, Madam Speaker, 18 recommendations that came out 2 years ago, and I challenge these honourable members from the Liberal side to stand up and actually talk about what meaningful action has happened over those 2 years. So this is not only crucial to protecting privacy and civil liberties, but this is about preventing big tech from operating unchecked in areas that have profound implications on human rights. Now, the report does not just outline the harms, it provides a path forward with several key recommendations that are necessary to mitigate these risks. And I ask the honourable member from Winnipeg North to please refer to the recommendations and come ready to talk about them in a meaningful way. So this committee, to be clear, has called for immediate action, including a federal moratorium on the use of facial recognition technologies by police and Canadian industries unless they consult with the Office of the Privacy Commissioner and obtain judicial authorization. I would extend even further that these moratoriums ought to include any types of technology, be they deemed primarily lethal or be they deemed part of a lethal technology that could be used in conjunction with the ongoing genocide in Gaza and the West Bank, that they need to be subject to an immediate arms embargo. Furthermore, we need stringent measures for transparency and accountability. They must establish an AI registry where all algorithmic tools are listed and any entity operating in Canada is listed. Civil society must be actively involved in these discussions, particularly those representing marginalized groups. Witnesses like Ms. Brenda McPhail from the Canadian Civil Liberties Association warned that even if the technology was flawless, if it were 100% accurate for every person, it would still pose a danger. Why? Because it would be perfect for the discriminatory gaze of law enforcement, making it easier to target racialized communities that already face systemic discrimination. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'll save the rest of my content for any interested or curious questions that might come my way.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. And I can appreciate, as I indicated to all committee members that participated in the coming up of the report, there are many different reports that are formulated in our standing committees, and I recognize the efforts of those that come before to present and those committee members that actually come up with the final reports themselves. The question I have for the member is, I'm sure he would be aware that there was a ministerial response to the report, and has he had the chance to read through that response, and if so, if he could indicate which recommendation he feels that the minister did not address out of the, I think there's 19 in total.
The Honourable Member for Hamilton Centre.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. The Canadian Human Rights Act must ensure that it addresses discrimination caused by AI technology, and that the Privacy Commissioner needs to have the power to meaningfully impose penalties on those who violate the law. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Barrie Innisfil.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And interesting to hear the member's perspective, given the fact that he was a member of the Ethics Committee when this report was drafted. He did draft the report. He obviously read it. But one of the issues that's come up consistently over the last 9 years with this government, and we've heard directly from the Privacy Commissioner on this on several occasions, that oftentimes the Privacy Commissioner is considered an afterthought. They're not even consulted in any of the legislation. The office and the commissioner are not consulted in a way that they could proactively provide advice to the government in order to avoid many of the pitfalls that the honourable member spoke about. So I'm just wondering if you can speak about the importance of the involvement of the Privacy Commissioner. The Privacy Commissioner also has asked, as the member just said, the ability to levy fines if government's not following the privacy laws of this country. So I'm just wondering if you can comment on that.
Member for Hamilton Centre.
Thank you very much for the question, Madam Speaker. The truth is, many of our commissioners, our arm's-length commissioners, don't have the resources, the teeth, the legislative ability to really dig in to hold government accountable. Yes, they might have mandates, but what we found even at committee, if the honourable member will recall, that the RCMP refused to answer our questions often fully and truthfully. They did not have what was called a duty of candor in terms of being able to answer us and be held accountable. And we often found at committee even that they would send members of the law enforcement chain of command that didn't have the adequate answers. If they were doing that to us as parliamentarians, I could only imagine how frustrated the process for privacy commissioners as an afterthought. And I can't recall exactly what the number was, Madam Speaker, but we only scratched the surface on how this is being used ubiquitously across government. And in fact, what we come to find out is that the vast majority of departments never once considered a privacy impact assessment, even though that was required by their departmental mandates.
Honorable député de Longueuil-Saint-Hubert.
The Honourable Member for Longueuil-Saint-Hubert. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague for his very interesting speech. So we're talking about various topics, AI, facial recognition. It's very troubling what governments like China, Iran, and Russia could be doing with these technologies against protesters. Recently, I read a novel by a Portuguese novelist, a former journalist. The novel is about how China uses AI against communities like the Uyghur community. It was terrifying. I'd like to hear from our colleague about the fact that we always seem to be a bit behind when it comes to new technologies. For example, today in Quebec, people are worrying about the impact of screens on youth, but screens are already among us. It's a little too late. And with AI, the situation is similar. We're left to write reports and talk about the impact of these new technologies. I'd like to hear from my colleague about how we could do more to not always be behind like this.
Centre, brief answer.
Thank you very much. Madam Speaker, the NDP stands for genuine accountability. We stand for the protection of civil liberties. We don't have to look abroad, although there are many good and legitimate cases abroad of where this technology is being abused. It's being abused right here in Canada. It's being abused by corporations who have been left unchecked and a government who simply refuses to act. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Windsor West.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm pleased to follow my colleague and thank him for his really good work with regards to this report, which was issued in October 2022. And it's sad that we have not seen the government use this report to what it should have been, is a call for action to deal with many of the issues with regards to artificial intelligence that give not only areas of concern some due light and justice, but also, too, some of the good that AI can do, as my colleague has referenced, when you apply it to conditions that are overseeing and there's actually due diligence for knowingness and awareness, and also looking at the vulnerabilities of AI as it's being built out. And I've had the opportunity to attend several conferences across the United States and Canada with regards to artificial intelligence, and I can tell you that we are missing the opportunity to act here in a responsible fashion. My colleague mentioned how some practical examples, and I'll return to those in a few minutes, but I want to start by identifying that at Industry Committee, we have had a Bill C-27 languish since the start of this Parliament that was to deal with artificial intelligence. And that bill was tabled by the government, and not a single thing took place on that bill for a full year. And then from that, we went to a series of hearings and discussions and so forth with testimony that lasted weeks upon weeks upon weeks to get to the bill. And then at that time, we identified that there would be several problems. So there's two key components that New Democrats have been pushing for with regards to this bill that are important right now. The issues over privacy, which we can resolve, and there seems to be a path forward, is part of the bill. Then the government decided to put artificial intelligence in that as well, which complicated the bill in its sense. And first and foremost is the government tried with the Liberals to actually kind of sneak one past everybody with combining these pieces of legislation together, which were not necessary. In fact, it was the member for Burnaby New Westminster who actually got the bill separated for votes in this chamber, which we can still have, because the bill should never have been put together. The protection of Canadians' privacy should have been foremost the part of the bill that we did first before even going to the testimony on artificial intelligence, instead of trying to sneak one by the Canadian public. And my colleague from Hamilton has really outlined some of the deficiencies for artificial intelligence related to facial recognition, which this report really speaks to it. But artificial intelligence, in terms of some of the models that have been developed to this date that people use, already show biases with regards to race, religion, and input that's actually there. And these conglomerates, and I've heard from the Amazons, I've heard from the Googles, I heard from them at different types of conferences, admit to their failures with creating algorithms that have biases for races and for actually different genders built and baked into their systems, because they don't have the people that are actually generating the AI that are diverse and actually deal with the consequences of people being identified and misidentified, mostly based if you're not white and not male. And that is a known fact in the entire universe over AI. In fact, there were a number of different, at the time of passing of when the government tabled a bill, where a number of AI scientists broke apart from the major conglomerates to actually warn humanity about that. And we have actually seen what's taken place, how bad the bill was manufactured, when we have over 200 amendments on a bill alone. And it's been referenced here in the chamber, one of my colleagues on the committee, over 50 amendments were from the government alone, tells you how bad it was crafted. And those are very important factors to identify, because what has happened is that we are passing on protecting Canadian privacy with regards to updating the Privacy Commissioner, which is identified through several of the recommendations that are in this report that are excellent, that actually call for action. And since that, the Liberals not only have done nothing, on top of that, they filibustered their own bill. Shame. And even in the past week, when the minister was in Montreal, blamed the committee
and the opposition for holding up the bill when his own members filibustered before we broke the last session, where they filibustered their own bill.
Shameful.
And that's what took place in committee and blamed us publicly. So I asked the minister at committee just last week if he regretted, or at least he would want to clarify his comments, and he doubled down on that. And we've been requesting these amendments to deal with the Privacy Commission to protect Canadians, which they know of that. But they are hanging on to us wanting to be basically complicit in an AI strategy that is not fundamentally vetted and has the communities of the not-for-profit, the public areas, and the academic community all concerned for that. Who's not concerned about are the Googles and the Amazons and all the others that are going to benefit from this, and that's why they're clinging on to keeping the bill together. So what I do want to talk about in terms of how we can go forward is simply the NDP has a proposition to deal with the one carrying point that has a problem. That is, united the other members on the committee between the Conservatives, the Bloc, and the NDP concerns about a tribunal system set up with regards to the Privacy Commissioner. And I want to reference real quickly why we have concerns about that is the Competition Bureau has a tribunal over top of it. And you might remember, as New Democrats called for stopping the takeover of Shaw from Rogers, this government allowed the Competition Bureau to be sued for $5 million for doing its job by Rogers itself. So they defended the Canadian public. They defended the position that should have been there is not to let this takeover take place. And on top of that, the public got punished by not even having their representation be able to carry the case without repercussions that they allowed from Rogers and TELUS. Quickly to wrap up, Madam Speaker, the real repercussions are this. We've seen the Lavender Project used by the Israeli Defense Force as a practical situation that has cost lives using artificial intelligence that today has consequences for thousands of families in Gaza. It's a real situation that took place since this report was published. It's a real situation that costs human lives, and it's a real situation where artificial intelligence in the military needs oversight and control. And I agree with my colleague and the rest of the committee that called for halting artificial intelligence face recognition right now until we get some controls. And it's about time the Liberals actually came to the table with solutions instead of putting up problems and other problems in the future.
Hear, hear.
The honourable member will have 3 minutes to pursue his speech when we next return to the issue. It is my duty to interrupt the proceedings on the motion at this time. Accordingly, the debate on the motion will be rescheduled for another sitting. Orders of the day.
Ordre du jour. Reprise du débat sur la...
Resuming debate on the motion of privilege, failure to produce documents pertaining to Sustainable Development Technology Canada. Mr. Berthold's amendment.
Resuming debate. Well, yeah, the honourable member for Thornhill.
So difficult to keep track of all of the scandals. The defiance of this government in the House, and it's hard to keep track of all of the cover-ups, the narratives, the consistent and flagrant
I have a point of order from the honourable member for New Westminster Burnaby.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I didn't want to interrupt the member, but we return to routine proceedings, which means presentation of petitions.
We return to privilege, the debate on privilege.
Routine proceedings will
be tomorrow morning. The honourable member for Thornhill.
That member must be new here. But what I was saying is that we can't keep track of all of the scandals. But we're here again, day after day, asking for accountability. And it is hard not to feel disappointed by your government where every day there's a new scandal. Do you know who said that, Mr. Speaker? Those were the words of the Prime Minister more than 10 years ago, back when he was somebody who at least pretended to care about honesty and transparency. But that was then, And this is now, and it's 9 years later of this Liberal NDP government, and they have proven that absolute power corrupts absolutely. It's another day and another scandal, just another reason why we're here, and indeed deeply disappointed in this government. $400 million of taxpayer money, that's what's in question. That's more than the sponsorship scandal, another scandal that they are well known for in Canadian history. Over 186 conflict of interests as determined by the Auditor General, and more Liberal arrogance and sanctimony that seem to say or suggest that the rules are for me and not for thee. We've already been here for a week trying to make the government turn over the documents, at least to the police, and comply with an order from you, Mr. Speaker. He ruled that they are what they're up to, or whoever's advice they're taking, is against the rules, and that they should produce these documents for the House. But they refuse to listen, ignoring the order right here in this House, an order of Parliament, and the decision of the Speaker in a blatant effort to obstruct the truth and hide the paper trail. That's why we're here again, day after day. If they're trying this hard, then there must be something really bad in those documents. And we're going to find out somehow. And we're going to be here for as long as it takes for the people of this country to get accountability for the corruption, for them to turn those documents over to police so that this place can get back to doing the work of Parliament. Yeah. The Liberal government wants to send this motion to committee where it will die an ungraceful death, out of the view of Canadians, and we will not let that happen. Because, Mr. Speaker, you know that when somebody takes something from you, you don't call the committee, you call the police. And that's exactly what we're asking them to do. That's exactly what the order of the House asks them to do. So you see, there's a way to bury this out of sight and out of mind, out of the accountability, to skirt the consequences of whatever they're hiding. But like I said, we'll be here for as long as it takes. For as long as it takes for Canadians to get the accountability that they deserve. Because we know that if we don't do that, the Liberal corruption will just continue. We know that it'll just continue if we don't do something about it. They have proven time and time again that they will put their interests and the interests of wealthy, well-connected friends above everything else, even at a time where Canadians are skipping meals or just trying to get by. The International Trade Minister proved that when she spent tens of thousands of dollars on media training provided by a close friend, and then claimed not to know that you can't do that here. The International Development Minister proved it when he paid nearly $100,000 to a sister of one of his staffers for also media training. He didn't even try to cover it up. He gave the money to a food marketing company for, quote, political PR. And judging by his performance, it certainly wasn't worth the cost. The former finance minister, Bill Morneau, proved again and again, like the time where he somehow forgot that he owned a luxury villa in France when he never sold, or when he sold off the shares to a company that he directly influenced as finance minister. And let's not forget about the prime minister, who himself, the prime minister, was in breach of conflict of interest rules while in office. He used his position to get VIP treatment from foreign officials in violation of ethics laws. He did it again during the We Charity scandal, funneling nearly $1 billion into an organization that employed members of his family and members of the finance minister's family also. And who could forget SNC-Lavalin, where the government spent more months inappropriately pressuring the Attorney General to give preferential treatment to a big, powerful, Liberal supporting company, despite a paper trail of corrupt actions from here all the way to the Great White North. Or the former Liberal MP who got over $200 million on a sole source contract to provide equipment that was never used. I know that it's difficult to keep up with scandals. I find it difficult too, and I work here. And of course, the Arrive scam scandal. They gave $54 million for an app that could have been built in a weekend for $250,000, an app that didn't work and sends tens of thousands of people into quarantine inadvertently. They covered up the scandal just like they're covering up whatever they're covering up today. And it's a shame that we see all this grift and corruption happening in Ottawa. These are just a few examples. And I think about what my family would say about this, what my parents would say about this. They came to this country with nothing. They were refugees from a communist Eastern Europe countries, as many members of this chamber know. And my dad drove a taxi, and he worked in a small business, so my mom, me, and my brother could go to school. My parents paid their taxes. And they did what they were asked to do by society. They scrimped and they saved, and they worked harder than anybody I ever knew just to give us a better life. And it's these tax dollars that the government is using to ship to liberal insiders. It's these tax dollars that single mothers who work overtime just to have a little bit extra every month so that they can pay for food or put another tank of gas in the car. It's tax dollars like these for seniors who have to make a choice between eating and heating their home, paying for medicine, or the cost of living in Canada has just gotten too high for them. It's the tax dollars of those who recently came to this country, who came here with a vision painted for them by the government, only to find out that things here are far, far from what they expected and what they were promised. 1 million people in my province alone used a food bank in the last month. And the best that the government could do for them is to take their money and use it for people whose only qualification for it was to have a Liberal membership card. They gave almost $400 million to a board that they appointed so they can give it to their own companies. That's what we're discussing here today. And then they go back to those middle-class families, because it's the middle-class families that are using food banks to tell them that their taxes are too low and that they should pay even more in taxes so that they can do more of this, and we can have days and days in this Parliament to get them to turn over the evidence of their wrongdoing to the police. The government doesn't even have the basic respect to tell Canadians what is going on with their tax dollars. And if they did, we wouldn't be here for the 7th day in a row. They're covering up the evidence again, and that's exactly why we're here. And we are going to be here until they produce those documents, like you said they should, Mr. Speaker. Speaking of Liberal membership cards, I think we should talk about corruption in this government. And I don't know that we can do that without bringing up Mark Carney, Carbon Tax Carney, as we like to call him, and I think many other Canadians are now calling him. Just a few weeks ago, the Prime Minister gave Carbon Tax Carney a plum job of being the new Phantom Finance Minister, giving him a job that he so desperately wanted. So he got all the perks, or he's getting all the perks of being Finance Minister. He gets to set economic policy, he gets to give the Prime Minister advice, but none of the burdens, like the pesky ethics and conflict of interest rules that everybody else would have to go through if they still worked in the private sector, like he does. That means he gets to continue to sit on boards of massive corporations like Brookfield, and where he can continue the time-worn Liberal tradition of enriching insiders with Canadian tax dollars, the exact same thing that they refuse to produce documents for in this House today. And it took him just days to get there. Already, Brookfield is asking Ottawa for another $10 billion new fund. That's a fund that Brookfield would pocket in terms of management fees. We have no idea how much he's going to get paid for that, have no idea what that looks like, what the returns will be. These are just a few of the jobs. Chair of Brookfield is one of them. The Prime Minister's Phantom Finance Minister is another, but he's got another one. On top of all of that, he's going to be the guy that is going to be in charge of raising dough for the Liberals in the next election campaign. It's already sliding into your inbox, asking for money if you're on the Liberal donor list, unless you've put them in the spam folder like it seems like most Canadians have by now. And at some point, the conflict of interest rules, or the breaking of the conflict of interest rules here, are so obvious. It's so obvious that there are problems with this appointment and so many other things that this government does. It's starting to become comical if it wasn't such a serious issue. And maybe Mark Carney can call the other Randy and give him some pointers on conflict of interest. Like, this is what I'm talking about. You can't even keep track. That brings us to where we are today with the Sustainable Development and Technology Canada. That's the organization that we're discussing today, and essentially it's a billion-dollar slush fund with Canadian tax money spent at will. They were supposed to give money to companies developing new technology that would grow our economy and help reduce the carbon footprint and all of that. But what actually happened? That's what we don't know. Nearly $400 million misspent. 10 businesses not fitting eligibility requirements, but they got $60 million. $60 million. The board members had the rules right in front of them, but they chose not to follow them or simply were unable to. And we have a minister who disregarded all of that, who simply just didn't pay attention. His job is to pay attention. 82% of the contracts analyzed by the Auditor General had conflicts of interest. 82%. If there was a school of corruption, these guys would be honor students. 82% of the contracts. The Auditor General raised the red flags. Members from many parties in this House, even the NDP, who are practically still best friends with them, they ripped up the agreement a couple weeks ago and then they taped it back together, and now we're in this weird time where they sort of yell at them a little bit. They raised red flags too, but the Liberals refused to respect the order of this House, an order that reigns supreme in this country, an order that the Speaker ordered them, and we've been here before. We already knew that they disrespect laws and all kinds of ethics norms for how ministers should behave, how the Prime Minister should behave. He broke the law. And that's just one more example on how they disrespect Parliament too. We saw it when they tried to use it during the COVID crisis as an excuse to give themselves unprecedented spending powers, probably to funnel more money into Liberal pockets. And we're still unraveling some of that. Because that's exactly what happened just months later. They got caught red-handed in the We Charity scandal. And rather than face Parliament, they decided to prorogue Parliament in a clear effort to avoid accountability. Some would say that maybe there's an expectation that they would do that again. And then there was the Winnipeg lab case, where again and again they were held in contempt of Parliament for refusing to produce documents and stonewalling the investigations of this House. And that is just another case of incompetence, of corruption, and exactly what we're going to keep talking about on behalf of all of Canadians that want accountability and that want answers from them. And it's clear that there's only one avenue left. The government clearly does not care about the Ethics Commissioner or the Auditor General because they disregard them so often. There used to be something called ministerial accountability in this place. And when ministers are in scandals, they either get promotions, they're kept in cabinet, they're shuffled to a different role where maybe they're out of the spotlight for a little bit, but nobody ever faces consequences. Yeah. And it's obvious that that extends to their disrespect for Parliament too. So it's time to call in the big guns, the RCMP. They should turn over the documents to the RCMP. If this happened in any business, then you wouldn't have to go to some committee. You would turn everything you had over to the cops, especially if you're telling Canadians that you have nothing to hide, especially if you're boasting, like the Minister of Science boasts every day in this House, that he has had 4 investigations on this. And yet they're refusing to provide documents. And their arguments change as the days go on. First, it was some charter violation, some weird argument of a charter violation, which is questionable because there are some ministries that turned over documents. So it's only charter violations if you don't want them to see the documents that have something really bad in them. I'm going to say this very slowly so that people at home understand that the Charter is there to protect people from the government, and it is not there to protect the Liberals from giving almost $400 million to their friends. Their story changed again. Well, the cops don't even want these documents. I think that's the latest refrain. Or that Parliament doesn't have to do that because the cops don't want all of the documents. If you have nothing to hide, then turn over the documents. But I'm sure there is something to hide, because we wouldn't be in the 7th day of speaking at length about this very motion, an obstruction, a defiance of a speaker's ruling, where they should be able to turn those documents over to the police so that Canadians can get the accountability that they deserve and that we can get this place back to work. Back to work for all of those who cannot afford to eat, for the 2 million people that use a food bank across the country over the course of a month, for those who can't afford a home because the price of a home has doubled over the last 9 years. The price of rent has doubled. The price of a mortgage payment has more than doubled. With inflation and interest rates rampant out of control over the last number of years, putting Canadians further and further behind. The crime, the chaos, the drugs, the disorder in our streets. What is happening in this country. The burning of a Canadian flag in one of our largest cities in front of an art gallery where people shout in the streets now, "Death to Canada." Those are the things that Parliament and some ministers who don't have the courage to get up and condemn it, and an awful lot of silence from everybody in the backbenches on issues like that. That's the work that Parliament should be getting back to. And instead, they will get up and they will make argument after argument. Some make less sense than the last ones they put forward, and their story changes every single day. But, Mr. Speaker, Conservatives will be here for as long as it takes for Canadians to get the accountability, for them to turn over the documents to the police so they know who got rich, which Liberal insiders with Liberal memberships got rich with $400 million of tax money. That's what we're here to do, Mr. Speaker. And I assure Canadians that when they get the answers to those questions, they are not going to like them. The Auditor General only has so much power, and it is Parliament that is supreme, that can order those documents, because we, the people here in these seats, are elected by the people that want the accountability for the government. And if this government believed in the institutions that it purports to protect, then they would trust the RCMP to redact whatever they needed to redact to keep the privacy of those who made no trouble at all private, and to make sure that those who needed to get the accountability from the people actually face justice for potential criminality. That's why we're here today. That's why we're going to continue to be here on behalf of Canadians to get accountability. They should turn over those documents to the police, and so we can get back to work. Thanks.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary of the Government House Leader.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, we're here because Navdeep Bains appointed an advisor to Stephen Harper, an advisor who is an advisor also to Brian Mulroney, who is also an advisor to Jim Flaherty, all of which are Conservatives, if the member is not aware, appointed to a position which is arm's length. And a short time thereafter, issues were raised, and when it became known to the minister, there was a board that was replaced, there was a freeze on new funding going on, and there was 2 independent internal reviews. There's been the Auditor General looking at this, and then there's the issue in regards to the RCMP looking into the matter. The question for the member is to recognize that the reason why we're actually here right now is because we did provide information to the committee, and yes, it was redacted, just like Stephen Harper did on numerous occasions. And the Conservatives say that's not good enough. We want the information, not for members of Parliament, we want to get that information and give it directly to the RCMP, of which the Auditor General and the RCMP have disagreed with the tactic that the Conservative Party is raising today.
The Honourable Member for Thornhill.
Mr. Speaker, the only person that is stonewalling Parliament is the Prime Minister and his refusal to hand over these documents. Let me correct some of the misinformation that you continue to hear from this member over the course of this debate. First of all, SDTC got a clean bill of health in 2017. It was only after hand-picked Liberal board members ended up on the board that we were even having this conversation. SDTC is not arm's length. The minister recommends board appointments. They recommend board appointments. The Liberals recommend other Liberals who funnel money into their Liberal companies. That's what we want to get to the bottom of, and I'm not sure why the stonewalling. He can go to the Prime Minister and say, let's just give those documents to Parliament like the Speaker asked us to.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Joliette. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I thank the colleague for an excellent speech. My question is rather simple. Why doesn't the government produce the documents? Why are they letting this drag on for so long? The member said very clearly that the government must produce the documents. They must play along. If not, well, they've lost control over the legislative agenda in the House. It doesn't seem to bother them. Why doesn't it seem to bother them? How would the colleague explain that? The Honourable Member for Thornhill.
Really, really bad in those documents if they're refusing to turn them over to the House, as per an order from this House. We've seen this story play out before. I mentioned it throughout my remarks. The stonewalling of this party to withhold information to Canadians only suggests that there is wrongdoing. If they had nothing to hide, then they would hand over those documents.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Edmonton Manning.
And congratulations to the Honourable Member from Thornhill for such a precise and detailed speech about an important issue. The many scandals that people stopped counting, and we're still going after day, never a week that without a new scandal coming up, and the size of the scandals getting bigger and bigger. Now we're talking about $400 million. My fear is this: corruption under this government's watch is becoming a culture in Canada. Will the Honourable Member tell us what it means of corruption to become culture and how much of a threat that to our democratic system and to the way we do business in this government?
Honourable Member for Thornhill.
Mr. Speaker, I do disagree with my honourable colleague. I don't think corruption is a culture in Canada. I think corruption is a culture in the Liberal Party. And soon Canadians will have the opportunity to go to a carbon tax election and send each and every one packing to axe the tax, to build homes, to fix the budget, and to stop crime.
Questions and comments? Question commentaire. Another question. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary of the Government House Leader.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, you notice the member continues to stick to a script which is misleading Canadians. The RCMP and the Auditor General of Canada have made it very clear what the Conservatives are asking the Government of Canada to do through the legislature is get information unredacted and send it directly to the RCMP. Both of those independent institutions have made it very clear that we should not be doing what it is that the Conservative Party is suggesting. Because at the end of the day, Mr. Speaker, Canadians have rights. And they might not care about those rights, but we in the Liberal benches do. And my question is, why does the Conservative Party continue to ignore the advice of the RCMP and Canada's Auditor General? Why?
The Honourable Member for Thornhill.
Canadians do have rights, and they have rights to get accountability for the money that the government spent, their money. This place reigns supreme. And the documents here, the documents that the government should give to the police, if they had nothing to hide, then they wouldn't be afraid of doing that. And to say that this is a violation of charter rights is insane. It is not there to protect the government. It is there to protect Canadians.
Questions and comments? Sure. The Honourable Member for Vancouver Kingsway.
Thank you. Just a short question. My honourable colleague said that corruption isn't a feature of this place or generally, but it's of the Liberal Party. I was in this House when the Harper government, the Conservative government, was found in contempt twice. for exactly the type of issue that's before this House debate, which is refusing to produce documents that it had been ordered to by this House. It concerned Afghani detainees, and it also related to the price of crime bills. So can she tell me, was it corruption in the Conservative Party that led to the finding of contempt in this Parliament when the Conservatives refused to hand over documents, or is that just ancient history that doesn't have anything to do with today?
For Thornhill.
I wasn't in this House at the time, but I was in the lobby, and I was in the lobby at the very time where the NDP used to be an opposition party in this country. And I remember that really, really clearly before they married the Liberals and joined their culture of corruption. If you're not going to stand up against corruption, then we're finally going to elect a government in this country that gets accountability for people and stands against the culture of corruption in the Liberal Party.
Resuming debate, the honourable member, well, I always say my sister-in-law's favourite MP, the honourable member for Chatham-Kent-Leamington.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And it's always an honor and a pleasure, I didn't hear that, to bring your sister-in-law and all the other constituents in Chatham-Kent-Leamington their voice to this chamber. Mr. Speaker, you have ruled that all House business must be suspended until the government hands over all documents related to the SDTC scandal to the RCMP. The Auditor General of Canada found that the Prime Minister had turned the Sustainable Development Technology Canada Corp into a slush fund for Liberal insiders. $400 million paid out to Liberal insiders, which totaled, is an astounding number, Mr. Speaker, 186 cases of conflict of interest. You're going to hear me say this more than once. A question, where is the accountability? The Auditor General made it clear that the blame for this scandal falls on the industry minister who, quote, did not sufficiently monitor, end quote, the contracts given to Liberal insiders. In a July 2024 article in the National Post, the former chairperson of the scandal-plagued Clean Tech Fund was found to have, quotes, improperly furthered the interests of the companies she was associated with by failing to recuse herself from the board's funding decisions. This according to the Ethics Commissioner's latest report. Annette Verschuren resigned as the president of the board of directors of the SDTC late last year when it was announced that she was the subject of ethics investigations. Ethics Commissioner Conrad van Finkenstein found that Ms. Verschuren, quotes, failed to comply with some of the provisions of the Conflict of Interest Act. She resigned, but the industry minister did not follow suit with an announcement himself that he would not resign. So why is it appropriate for Ms. Van Schuren to resign, but inappropriate for the minister to do the same? We've heard the previous speaker, my colleague, reference ministerial accountability. Mr. Speaker, where is it? Brings back some memories of the sponsorship scandal. You may recall the year was 1996 when the Liberals founded the sponsorship program to promote federalism in Quebec. Two Auditor General reports found that the Liberals, under Jean Chrétien, had overseen the spending of $250 million through the sponsorship program between 1997 and 2001. $100 million of those funds were redirected to the Quebec wing of the Liberal Party. The scandal led Canadians to vote out the Liberals for the next decade in favor of Conservatives who could be trusted with the public purse strings. And now history is repeating itself. As George Santayana, the earliest 20th century writer and philosopher, has written, those who cannot remember the past are condemned to repeat it. It seems that this government, Mr. Speaker, has forgotten the past. So let's fast forward to today, 2024. Here we are once again. Apparently the Liberals feel that it is still that they are, quotes, entitled to their entitlements, as the former cabinet minister David Dingwall infamously coined. The scandals are numerous and mounting. What is incredulous is that over the past 9 years, there has been no accountability from the top. Again, I reference ministerial accountability, or even higher. The Prime Minister has thrown those who did not succumb to his will under the bus. Let's think of the Honourable Judy Wilson-Raybould, and the Honourable Dr. Jane Philpott. But he himself has not taken any responsibility for what is arguably the most scandal-plagued and corrupt government in recent Canadian political history. Mr. Speaker, I have a laundry list of Liberal scandals to validate my point. I've only got 20 minutes. Well, I'm going to take a crack to touch upon just a few of the conflicts of interest and corruption here. Again, I'm going to ask, where is the accountability? 2020, a firm in the riding of the Minister of Public Services and Procurement was paid $150 million for COVID-19 vaccines that were never delivered. Medico Inc. was that firm, and it received $173 million in research money for a total of $323 million in federal aid. Medico was to build a vaccine factory, but that never transpired. Once again, the Liberals shut down any investigation into why taxpayers paid such an amount and received nothing in return. Unfortunately, this is an all too common pattern for this government. Bill Morneau is another former minister who was scandal-prone. He began his political career by violating the Elections Act, for which he was fined. He participated in a series of, quotes, department-supported events in his official capacity as finance minister during the pre-election period for the 2019 election. This caused the expenses related to those events to benefit the Liberal Party of Canada. This is the same minister who forgot, quotes, to declare he had a villa in France. Now, I'm to address all questions through the Speaker. So, Mr. Speaker, have you ever forgotten a house? He also sponsored Bill C-27, which just happened to increase the value of pensions sold by the minister's company, Morneau Shepell. When the bill was tabled in the House of Commons, the value of Morneau Shepell shares jumped. Coincidentally, the minister, Morneau, held $21 million worth of those shares. Conflict of interest, anyone? Again, I reiterate, where is the accountability? CBC reported that when former Minister David Lametti left cabinet, many people were wondering why. We've since learned that the former Attorney General cancelled a verdict of first-degree murder against Jacques Delisle, a former judge, even though all the legal experts were against this decision. Mr. Lametti and the government refused to answer why he'd done that, even though Delisle later pleaded guilty to manslaughter. I'm not done yet, Mr. Speaker. In fact, I'm just getting started. The disregard and breaches of ethics kept on coming. In December 2022, the Minister of Export Promotion and International Trade and Economic Development of Canada was found guilty by the Ethics Commissioner of giving contracts to her best friend. And who can forget, of course, the case of the other Randy. Last July, the Ethics Committee uncovered text messages that the Minister of Employment, Workforce Development, and Official Languages continued to direct his company while he was minister. In another sheer coincidence, his company received nearly $120 million in government grants and contracts. Again, conflicts of interest, anyone? Where is the accountability, Mr. Speaker? The minister testified that Randy, referenced in these texts, was not him, but another Randy who just happened to work at the company that he had a 50% ownership stake in. The following committee hearing, his business partner testified, really, there was only one Randy who ever worked at this company, and that was the minister. Friends and family of Liberal cabinet ministers have also inappropriately benefited from their ethical lapses. The Minister of Transport failed to report, as required under the Conflict of Interest Act, that her husband, John Knowlton, a director at Life Labs, was among several businesses awarded COVID testing contracts. This as confirmed by the Health Minister. Blacklock reported that Life Labs received COVID testing contracts worth $66,307,424 on June the 23rd, and a separate $1.9 million contract on August the 20th, when the Transport Minister was the Minister of Public Works. Another case of nothing to see here, folks. Conflict of interest, anyone? Where is the accountability? And who can forget Scott Bryson when he was president of the Treasury Board, trying to block the approval for a Navy supply ship that was being built at Davie Shipyard in favor of the powerful Irving Shipyard. He used to chair one of the investment firms, as his spouse sat on the board of directors. He then worked with the government to have Vice Admiral Norman charged with a breach of trust before Vice Admiral Norman was exonerated on all charges in 2019. Is there no limit to the lengths that this government will go to enrich the lives of themselves and that of their friends? I would be negligent if I failed to mention Navdeep Bains. His name has come up in earlier interventions. Another former Liberal cabinet minister. As Minister of Science, Innovation and Industry, he pledged that the government would demand that the big three, Bell Canada, Rogers Communications Canada, and TELUS Communications, would lower their prices by 25% in the next 2 years for cell phone plans that offer between 2 and 6 gigabytes of data. In April 2023, former Minister Bains was appointed by Rogers to its executive leadership team. The hiring of Mr. Bains does raise concerns, and especially in the light of the government's approval of the Rogers-Shaw merger. Did anyone from government on the government side of the House dare to question the blatant conflict of interest here? Where is the accountability? Of course, no Liberal scandal chronicle would be complete without mentioning the SNC-Lavalin affair and the We Charity scandal. I've previously mentioned that how former ministers Raybould and Philpott were victims of this government's corrupt behavior. SNC-Lavalin was more than just breaching ethics laws or rules. The Prime Minister made a travesty of the separation of the power between his office and that of the Attorney General's office. The PM ignored the independence of the Attorney General to help his friends at SNC avoid criminal prosecution, and in doing so, orchestrated a campaign to pressure the Attorney General, Jody Wilson-Raybould, to overrule the independent public prosecution. Mr. Speaker, no one should be above the law, not even the Prime Minister. Another infamous scandal, of course, the We Charity. This time, it was the Prime Minister's family that benefited greatly. Margaret Trudeau was paid approximately $250,000 for speaking at 28 events, while the Prime Minister's brother, Alexandra, spoke at 8 events and received about $32,000. In testimony before MPs on July the 28th, Mark Kielburger said that Sophie Gregoire Trudeau also was reimbursed more than $200,000 in expenses for appearances at We Charity events, and the We Charity covered $41,000 in costs for Bill Morneau and his family in 2017 for trips to Ecuador and Kenya to review the organization's humanitarian work. And I would be remiss if I didn't touch upon the notorious Arrive scam in GC Strategies, the Liberal-friendly company that charged at least $60 million for the app, which was to have cost $80 grand. To add insult to injury, 76% of the contractors that worked on this did zero work on the app. Once again, the Canadian taxpayer footed the bill with zero accountability on behalf of the government. But wait, Mr. Speaker, I'm still not done. Unbelievably, there are more illicit Liberal practices to come. Let's talk about the Prime Minister's Christmas vacation at the Aga Khan Island and the subsequent $50 million in federal funding the Aga Khan Foundation has received since 2016 from this government. The vacation lasted until January the 4th, 2017, 8 days in total. It was later disclosed that the government expenditures for the trip had amounted to $215,000. The Prime Minister then adopted the position that he and the Aga Khan were close friends, and the trip was more of a personal nature, even though they hadn't seen each other in 30 years. More of the quotes, entitled to my entitlements philosophy, I guess. The Prime Minister has a penchant for luxurious vacations. Now, most Canadians would agree that he isn't justified in taking a vacation. I certainly do. But I do not believe that they would agree that he should satisfy his champagne tastes on the taxpayer dime. Although it took some persistent digging through access to information, the PMO finally admitted that it was the Prime Minister and his wife that stayed in a $6,000 per night hotel suite while attending the funeral for our sovereign, Queen Elizabeth II. The stay at the Corinthia London Hotel became just another shameful display of a lack of respect for the average Canadian by billing them an astounding $400,000. The Prime Minister and his office were not forthcoming with these details. Witness what we're doing here today and for the past week. Again, an abhorrent lack of accountability, Mr. Speaker. I would be remiss if I didn't mention the disastrous trip to India by the Canada's First Family. As the Economic Times reported at the time, quote, Trudeau's time in India was criticized for its lack of official business, not to mention...
A point of order from the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, I'm sure you can anticipate. The member knows full well you're not supposed to be using members by their name.
Now the Honourable Member can retract and restart that. The Honourable Member for Chatham-Kent-Leamington.
I do so retract. As the Economic Times reported at the time, quote, so-and-so's time in India was criticized for its lack of official business, not to mention the excessive photo ops and insensitive overuse of Indian clothing, end quote, which I adjusted. Canadians were once again on the hook for what appeared to be more of a lavish family vacation than a diplomatic bilateral meeting. The fiasco included having his own celebrity chef flown in from Vancouver. But all of this pales in comparison to the PM inviting convicted terrorist Jaspal Atwal to dinner. Mr. Atwal was convicted of attempted murder in Canada in 1987 after he tried to assassinate a visiting Punjabi cabinet minister. It turned out that Atwal was a long-time Liberal supporter, an activist, a former donor to the party, and a former Liberal board member for the electoral district of Surrey, British Columbia. There has not been accountability for the India fiasco. I don't know why that has a hard time coming off my tongue. And Canada was left red-faced with embarrassment and another $1.66 million in debt. Mr. Speaker, there are simply too many Liberal breaches of ethics violations to name them all here today. I haven't touched upon the Julie Payette fiasco, nor the Minister of Defence's interference in the Nova Scotia shooting tragedy. You will recall that he pressured the then Police Commissioner Brenda Lucki to publicly release information about specific firearms used in the shooting in order to advance the federal government's gun control legislation. Following the resignation of the Ethics Commissioner, Mario Dion, and I believe he resigned due to overwork, the Liberal government decided to appoint Martin Richard, sister-in-law of the current Public Safety Minister, to replace him. Again, conflict of interest, anyone? Yeah. Where is the accountability? This is why common-sense Conservatives have raised this point of privilege. This is why we are here today, yesterday, the day before, we'll be here tomorrow, and we'll be here all next week, if necessary. We call on, fair point, the week after. This is why we call on the government, the SDTC, and the Auditor General to hand over all documents, unredacted, related to Justin Trudeau's Green Slush Fund to the Prime Minister's, I withdraw, Mr. Speaker, related to the Green Slush Fund to the RCMP. The argument has been made that handing over these documents breaches the constitutional rights of individuals. It is time this government recognized that the Constitution was designed to protect individuals from the government, not the government from individuals. It is time for this government to come clean with Canadians. Enough with the cover-ups, and enough with gorging themselves, their family, and their friends at the public trough. Hand over the documents. We want to get back to the work of the people in this chamber. It is not us obstructing this work. All it takes is for the Prime Minister to hand over the documents. We want accountability, Mr. Speaker. Thank you.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary, Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. You know, it's interesting in listening to my colleague across the way. The first thing that comes across my mind when he's talking about the character assassinations of a number of different individuals is the fact to say there is a very, very, very long list of Conservatives. And if you gave me a little bit of time, I can assure you that my list could be potentially longer than your list. An example of that would be Stephen Harper going to India and figuring maybe they don't have cars in India, and he actually puts a car on a plane so that he would have a car in India. Mr. Speaker, cost $1 million to Ching for a car, Mr. Speaker. Is that a scandal? What about the anti-terrorism scandal, the Phoenix scandal, the G8 spending scandal, the ETS scandal, the F-35 scandal, the Senate scandal, and the multitude of elections scandals, Mr. Speaker? All of them Conservatives. My question is related to what the New Democratic member posed his colleague. Stephen Harper did the very same thing in regards to not wanting to provide documents that were not redacted. Now, our argument is a whole lot stronger than what Stephen Harper's was. Yet the Conservatives won't even say that that was a problem when we know it was, in fact, a scandal. Would he not agree that his leader, who was a good friend and a member of Stephen Harper's cabinet, were wrong in denying access to that information? Or does that principle only apply when they're in government?
The Honourable Member for Chatham-Kent-Leamington.
Mr. Speaker, I was not complete, and I acknowledge that. I forgot Frank Baylis and the respirators. My colleague mentioned carbon tax Carney. I also did not mention carbon tax Carney. My honourable colleague across the way, I must give him credit. A week he has been responding with the same arguments that have been misproven over and over again. He mentioned former Prime Minister Stephen Harper, and probably the Senate scandal, the biggest scandal where the Conservatives got caught trying to pay back $60,000 of money that ended up being appropriately, though the optics were terrible, which is why they did what they did, pay back to the public treasury $60,000. The taxpayers were paid back. The rules were changed actually to be far more proper, but in the end it was found that it was, quote, legally taken. The optics were bad. I acknowledge that. There's the biggest scandal from the previous government. That was a small one, really. See, you're getting caught paying money back to the taxpayer. I did not take the time in my 20 minutes to add up the millions upon millions upon millions of dollars that I articulated, let alone the scandals that I didn't get time to get to.
Point of order from the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Mr. Speaker, the member might want to Google search ETS scandal. That was $400 million.
Okay, wait. Maybe the day is getting long. We're talking about who's got the bigger scandal, so it's maybe we should all rethink this. And I also want to bring to everyone's attention that we are taking a lot of time asking questions, and we're taking a lot of time answering them. So I know people want to participate in the debate. So questions and comments, question commentaire. L'honorable the député de Rimouski-Neigette.
The Honourable Member for Rimouski-Neigette, Témiscouata-les-Basques. Thank you. We're going to try to be the grown-ups in the room, as usual, with the Bloc Québécois, because this evening, people who are watching us are just seeing people engaging in mudslinging, saying they have more that the opponent has more scandals and they have fewer scandals. Is this really the vision of democracy we have in 2024, offered by these two parties that aspire to govern? My question to my colleague. There's one party that we can trust. There's only one party without this long list of scandals. It's the Bloc Québécois. My colleague likes to talk about common sense. I hope that he knows that the Bloc Québécois can be trusted and they're not here to aspire to govern. So my colleague could say that we trust the Bloc Québécois and they certainly won't cause any scandals.
Well, first of all, thank you to my honourable colleague from the bloc for the question. First of all, I do want to acknowledge that we here on this side of the House do want to govern. We do want to bring fiscal accountability and common sense and trust back into the stewardship of our government finances. And I will take the member at his word that he also will support efforts to bring back trusted stewardship to public finances and to get to the bottom of all of these scandals. I appreciate the sentiments that he's expressed.
Comments? Question commentaire? The honourable member for Renfrew, Nipissing, Pembroke.
Mr. Speaker, first of all, I'd like to comment that continuing this debate to bring these documents forward, to demand that the Prime Minister provide the documents, is the business of His Majesty's loyal opposition. And we will continue and continue and continue until they provide the documents or until a carbon tax election is called. Now, my question is, whether, given that there are so many cases of conflict of interest in the SDTC and that they funneled money to their own companies, should they be made to pay back the money so that other companies, which legitimately qualified, for which the program did run well for many years until this government took over, so that they can get the money and get their businesses and technology off the ground?
Order. Order. The honourable member for Chatham-Kent Leamington.
Mr. Speaker, you have admonished me for being too long-winded, so let me just say yes. But
Question et commentaire. The honourable member for Skeena, Bulkley Valley.
Mr. Speaker, I think for the good Canadian citizens watching this debate at home or here in the gallery, you'd forgive them if they thought, listening to my colleague from Chatham-Kent Leamington's speech, if they thought that this motion was somehow about getting the documents. I have the motion, and it's a very good motion. It has nothing to do with getting the documents. It has to do with referring the matter of the Liberals' refusal to give the documents off to committee, where, assumedly, we can get some answers for Canadians about this scandal. That seems like important work to me. This motion isn't about getting the documents. My question, it reminds me of that quote from Jerry Maguire, you know, you had me at hello. We want to vote on their motion to send this off to committee and hold some hearings and get the answers. Why do they seem so insistent to not take yes for an answer? How many times are we going to have to stand here and say, you had us at hello, let's go to committee, show me the money, that's right, show me the committee, let's get the answers for Canadians as soon as possible. Why do Canadians have to wait through this circus of a debate for them to get the answers that they so rightly deserve?
Hear, hear.
Hello, the honourable member for Chatham-Kent Leamington.
If my memory serves me correctly, and this is going now back a week or more, that the Speaker's ruling was to turn over all the documents. We are here because this government has not turned over all the documents. That is the business of the House. That's the business of the loyal opposition. We do want justice for Canadian taxpayers. We are not directing the RCMP what to do with those documents. That is not our place. But the Speaker, not us, the Speaker has ordered the handing over of all the documents, not His Majesty's loyal opposition. That is what we are doing here.
The honourable member for Joliette. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague for his excellent speech. And I'd like to also congratulate him on also being the Speaker's stepsister's favorite MP, an honour that I'll never have. Now, he mentioned the Chrétien government and the various different funds that were brought in, and I think there was a fatal flaw right from the establishment of these funds. The fact that the government gives money to these funds and then doesn't have any control over it, and then there can be possible mismanagement. we can look back and remember that Sheila Fraser, AG at the time, had published a damning report. Isn't it a time to put an end to these fatally flawed funds?
Tim, with the whole 50 seconds.
Again, I'm going to thank my honourable colleague for the question, and it's along the similar vein that his colleague asked. What you're asking for are proper processes with proper oversight and proper accountability. What we haven't seen anywhere here, absent in this government, has been any sort of government ministerial accountability. Should there be proper processes in place that the funds are not misappropriated? Absolutely. I absolutely fully agree with that. And I can count on the basis of the 2 interventions from my bloc, that my bloc friends, that they will support the next government as they put those proper processes in place.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Fort McMurray Cold Lake, and I will have to interrupt at about 6:42.
Wonderful. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I want to acknowledge that I'm disappointed that we are here today discussing this privilege motion, which has effectively paralyzed Parliament because the Liberal government refuses to give up unredacted documents because they are afraid of what those say. And frankly, they're fully aware of what those documents say, and if they were not concerned about the content of the document, they would have allowed us to resume the work of the House many, many days ago, and they would have kept a consistent story. And it's been quite interesting, actually, how many different stories we've heard from this government on this. But I'm going to go to something that I had a really cool conversation this summer with someone, and they explained to me that they were a business owner and they have a couple different businesses, and there was some complications, and they had a family member that got sick. And so through their family member getting sick, they decided that they were going to hire an employee to handle a bunch of the books, which they hired someone that they'd already had on staff and that they thought they could trust because they were actually a family friend. And through the course of more than a year of employment, this family friend that was an employee siphoned off cash from their business. And not a small amount of cash, actually quite a large amount of money. And as they were trying to figure out why their GST numbers weren't balancing at the end of the year, they had an accountant look into it further, and as they started to dig through this, they realized that this employee had siphoned off a large amount of money. And so they were kind of faced with this dilemma, like, this is a family friend, this is an employee that's been with us for a while, but this is a large amount of money that they needed to recover. And so they decided that they had one of 2 options, and so they went to this employee with those 2 options, and the 2 options were either you pay us back this money, or we go to the RCMP, and then you can deal with them. And we'll go to small claims court, and we'll go and do all of the legal. But if you pay us back, we'll just pretend it's all good. You no longer work for us regardless, but here are the options. And I remember at the time hearing this story, and it was really heartbreaking because their child was sick, and they admitted that they lost a little bit of oversight over their business because they were focused on other things. And it's clear, the Minister of Industry has even said, and I quote, did not sufficiently monitor the contracts. Well, that's his job. That's the minister's job, is to make sure that government's money is actually being spent properly. And so he doesn't have the excuse of a sick kid taking over his contract and his ability to not do his job. He's been in this job. This was his responsibility. And the government, the NDP Liberal government, continues to put up all these different arguments of how we're somehow violating charter rights, and that somehow rights of people to misappropriate government money and Liberal insiders getting rich is worth more than the constitutional rights conferred on Parliament by to be able to have these documents. And we've now seen this multiple times after 9 years of this Liberal NDP government. The list of scandals, as many of my colleagues have listed off, is large. There's so many scandals at this point, it is hard to keep it straight. But, Mr. Speaker, I'm going to get into a space that I think is really important here. It doesn't matter what happened. They now know that people got rich and got money through conflicts of interest that they shouldn't have had, and they refuse to provide documents to the RCMP. They are the employers. And this is perhaps the ideological difference between conservatives and liberals. We believe that every single person that works for the Government of Canada or a subsidiary of the Government of Canada is an employee of the Canadian people. And therefore, as the representatives of the Canadian people, when Parliament makes a vote and decides that we need to bring this, to have these documents to send to the RCMP, we are acting on behalf of the employer. The Government of Canada is acting on behalf of the employer, which are the Canadian people. And it appears that the Liberal, they believe that the employer is the Liberal Party of Canada, and that unless the Liberal Party of Canada says it's okay, they're going to continue to blockade these documents from being released. And they did release some of them, though. That's the interesting part of this. So the production order was a whole list of documents, and they complied with a part of it, but they heavily redacted. So they effectively took a big black permanent marker and crossed out large sections. And as every single different argument has been put forward by the government, it has become clear, like I'm assuming I have some understanding as to possibly what's right and what's wrong, but the reality is they're hiding. And like any parent will say, the most nervous you get as a parent is when your child goes quiet and they hide. Because you know that there's going to be possibly a good answer, but 99% of the time it's going to be something really bad. Or something that is going to require a lot of cleanup. And what this government is doing by just blocking and refusing to comply with this order shows that they're afraid of what those results are. They're the only ones that know what those unredacted documents look like. And if they thought that they were okay and that there was no problem, they would just turn it over to the RCMP. We're not saying, give me, the Member of Parliament from Fort McMurray-Cold Lake, these documents that have potentially personnel information and private information. We're not saying hand it over to every single parliamentarian. We are asking to have them unredacted sent to the RCMP so that if there is a problem, the RCMP has all of the available information and can look into it and potentially go after that. That is the crux of this issue. And so the fact that they continue to fight, like, why is this the problem? And there are, the Auditor General themselves found that this government has turned this into a complete and total slush fund, and that there was $58 million to 10 ineligible projects that couldn't demonstrate an environmental benefit or development of any green technology. So that's $58 million to like completely uneligible projects that were connected to Liberals. Then there was another $334 million over 186 cases to projects which board members held a conflict of interest. So $334 million, 186 cases where groups that had conflicts of interest got money. And there was a $58 million to projects that didn't ensure contribution agreements and terms were met. This is not just incompetence. This is negligence. This is approaching fraud, if it isn't already yet fraud. Like, this is very troubling. And we have Canadians right now, Mr. Speaker, that are lining up at food banks, that are having a hard time putting groceries in their shopping carts and then putting food on the table to feed their families. We have families that have never thought they would need a food bank, lining up at food banks and having to eat that piece of humble pie so that their children get meals. We have people that are skipping meals in Canada because of the out-of-control inflation, the out-of-control interest rates, because of after 9 years of this Liberal NDP government, everything has become broken. Their out-of-control spending has led to ever-increasing inflation. And it's really interesting because I think often about inflation because my dad used to talk about how things were so inexpensive when he was little. And basically my entire childhood, a chocolate bar was the same price from when I was like 4 years old than when I remember going to the grocery store and getting a chocolate bar or a convenience store, to when I was an adult and 16 years old working in a convenience store for the first time, and the price of the chocolate bar hadn't really increased in price. So when my dad used to talk all the time about like, this used to cost 25 cents when I was a kid, it made me think that he was really, really old. Only to realize that no, he lived through wild inflationary times and out of control interest rates that impacted the cost of living for his generation and made it really difficult for people in his generation to initially buy a house. In fact, when my dad went to go buy his very first house, I think he told me that interest rates were like 18%. So instead, he was lucky, and that was because of Pierre Trudeau Sr. and those fiscal policies. But it made it so that my dad, who was lucky that he had a good job in Fort McMurray and managed to save money while renting a house until he could pay cash for a house, which is something that today no one can even imagine as feasible because the cost of living is so high. Most young people today don't even see themselves being able to save up enough money to get a down payment on a house. And that's because of the absolute train wreck fiscal policies from this Liberal NDP government. And time again, they continue to fail Canadians. They continue to do their job. Their job is to look out for Canadians' best interest. And yet, here we have yet another example of extreme incompetence or worse. And when we have a minister who did not sufficiently monitor contracts that were given to Liberal insiders, I choose to really question whether they're really being serious about what their job is. And, Mr. Speaker, we've been really clear on this side. And I believe every single one of these Conservative speeches is just release the documents to the RCMP and we can go back to our next piece of business here. The fact that they continue to blockade any possibility of this moving forward is part of the problem. And we've had so many whistleblowers come forward. This wasn't like the government found this because the government's audits found this. This was found because of a whole bunch of whistleblowers and the work of my colleague from South Shore St. Margaret's and his diligent work going through the books. And this is the part that really is frustrating to a lot of Canadians, is to them, $334 million and 186 different cases of conflict of interest should be enough to stop everything. But with this government, it is just enough for them to keep going and think that they're going to pat themselves on the back for all of these successes that they've had, because you know what, if you just taxed people a little bit more, we would stop forest fires. And if you just did a little bit more, that somehow everything would get better. Well, Canadians know that the way how we're going to make life better is having a carbon tax election and electing a common sense Conservative government who can get our economy back on track. Because, Mr. Speaker, after 9 years, Canadians have had more than enough of this NDP Liberal government spending their children and grandchildren's future into absolute poverty. And so, Mr. Speaker, I am very proud to be here today as a member of His Majesty's loyal opposition, a position that means we hold the government to account. We are not oppositional for the sake of opposition. We are charged through our parliamentary system with holding the government accountable for their actions. And right now, they aren't showing any accountability, they aren't showing any transparency, and they aren't showing Canadians the work they deserve. So, Mr. Speaker, myself and many of my colleagues will continue the charge to hold this government accountable on this failed policy and these failed spaces?
When the honourable member returns, she'll have 5 minutes in debate remaining before her questioning comment section. Having reached the expiry of the time provided for today's debate, the House will now resume consideration on the privilege motion at the next sitting of the House. À ce moment-ci, conformément à l'article 30.
Pursuant to Standing Order 38, a motion to adjourn the House is deemed to have been made and seconded at this time. Therefore, the question is that this House do now adjourn.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and it's a pleasure, as always, to rise in this place. And tonight, I'm here to talk about the unsatisfactory response to a question. That's what we do at late shows, and it was on May 10th. Actually, I'll back it up. It was on April 1st. This government raised rents for Canadian Armed Forces personnel that live on base. They raised the rents on base housing. So this is at a time of an affordability crisis for all Canadians, and a housing crisis that exists all across Canada, and a crisis of morale, recruitment, and retention within the Canadian Armed Forces that has left the Canadian Armed Forces with 16,000 vacancies. And so the Defense Committee actually moved and reported back to the House unanimously to ask the government to reverse the rent increase. Well, the motion was to not proceed with the rent increase, but it was on May 10th that I asked the government if they would, given the unanimous report from the Defense Committee and the general crisis of recruitment, retention, and morale in the Canadian Armed Forces, and the crisis of housing across Canada that affects all Canadians, would they reverse the rent increase that this government placed on our Canadian Armed Forces personnel on base? Well, the response that I got from the government that evening, or that afternoon question period, was a non-answer. The parliamentary secretary did not answer the question at all. She went on kind of an arrogant rant about not having lessons from the other side on the Canadian Armed Forces. So she didn't answer the question. She just deflected and ignored it. But it's worth returning to this point that the Defense Committee itself, of which that parliamentary secretary is a member, unanimously voted to call on the government to not increase the rent on the forces personnel. But you know, this parliamentary secretary can actually be heard at the meeting instructing her own side to just vote for the motion. It's not binding, you know, it just gets reported to the House. It doesn't really mean anything. So this is sort of the level of you know, kind of doublespeak that we see from members of the Liberal caucus. They will literally vote at a committee to urge their government to take a particular course of action, but just shrug their shoulders and know that it's not binding and the government won't do it. It doesn't hurt us to unanimously vote. They wouldn't have the courage to oppose the motion if they actually agreed that it was only fair to raise the rent to our troops. But instead, they went ahead with that. So there's a cost of living crisis in this country, and it affects the members of the Canadian Armed Forces. We're down 16,000 personnel. There are 10,000 more that are undertrained. These are the best of the best, Mr. Speaker. Our troops, I've met them. I've been on and seen them deployed, and they just want to serve. They are the best, and they are let down by this government constantly. And this base rent increase might seem like a trivial matter. It might seem small, but it's not, Mr. Speaker. And they could signal to the members that they support them by not increasing their rent.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of National Defence.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And certainly I want to thank the member opposite for his questions. And certainly it gives me a great pleasure to be able to speak on the opportunity that how we are supporting our Canadian Armed Forces member. So let's be quite strong in saying that I think collectively the member opposite and myself, we believe that CAF members are the backbone of our defense team. They're responsible for defending us, our values, and our country. It is our responsibility as elected officials to eliminate as many unnecessary challenges as possible for CAF members and their families, ensuring that when military families relocate, they actually don't face additional and unnecessary burdens because they're dedicated themselves to serving our country.
We are committed to supporting armed forces members so that they can have an affordable, safe, and comfortable housing. We have undertaken a variety of initiatives and investments to meet the needs of forces members and their families when it comes to housing.
Committed to investing $475 million over 10 years to build and renovate military housing across our country. This funding will help support our plan to construct approximately 650 new units over the next 5 years on base with the greatest housing demand such as Borden, Esquimalt, and Gagetown. But we know that more needs to be done. And this is why, through Canada's updated defense policy, our North Strong and Free, we are committing an additional $295 million over the next 20 years towards the military housing portfolio. And this funding gives us the resources to continue building and upgrading existing housing. It would also help us establish a Canadian Armed Force housing strategy to guide our housing efforts in the short and long term in order to help CAF members and their families.
Another very important aspect, Mr. Speaker, is childcare. And when I visited our military bases, I heard a lot about that. Childcare is a priority for military families. In our updated defense policy, we invested $100 million to improve access to daycare and childcare services on bases at an affordable price. These investments will allow the Government of Canada to offer forces members and their families affordable, safe, comfortable housing today and for years to come. Mr. Speaker, the Government of Canada also implemented protection measures to guarantee that armed forces members pay fair and equitable rent prices everywhere in Canada, whether they live on the base or off base. For example, the Armed Forces Housing Agency studies and readjusts every year housing prices.
To place a 25% cap based on gross household income for CAF members currently living in military housing. To become more responsive to the needs of CAF members, last July our government replaced the post-living differential, or the PLD, with the new Canadian Force Housing Differential, or the CFHD. Mr. Speaker, I can go on and speak about the initiative that we're taking, but I also wanted to take this opportunity, as always, to thank the wonderful world that we are here in Canada, but I want to say thank you to our members, their family, for their effort here at home and also abroad, and I know we will be there in supporting you. Merci.
The honourable member for Calgary Rocky Ridge.
So, Mr. Speaker, in May, I asked this parliamentary secretary if they would reverse the rent increase, yes or no. She didn't answer the question then. I repeat the question. I revisited this question. She spoke for 4 minutes without answering the question. So we will just take it as no. They are not interested in reversing the rent increase that they placed on the CAF troop. Fine, that's a choice. Amid a recruitment and retention crisis where we have heard at the committee repeatedly that the horrific condition of base housing is a factor in people leaving the forces. She spoke in her remarks about their commitment to build 600 units over 5 years. There are 7,000 people on a waiting list right now for housing. That answer isn't going to cut it.
L'honorable Secretary Parlementaire.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Again, I want to say thank you to the member opposite for his questions, and certainly, I smile because I'm trying to not be too political here, Mr. Speaker, on a late show, because it's about sending a clear message to our Canadian Armed Force that we have your back, we will continue to invest, we understand the challenges that we're facing, and we will deliver on our initiative in improving the housing condition on military base. Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Renfrew, Nipissing, Pembroke.
Mr. Speaker, I'm honored to rise on behalf of the overtaxed people of Renfrew, Nipissing, Pembroke. Like the overtaxed Canadians across the country, residents of the Ottawa Valley want a carbon tax election now. The Socialist Separatist Coalition has made its position plain for all to see. There will be no relief for Canadians until the Marxist members secure their pensions. Yet the need for an election and an end to this wacko government has never been greater. This government has lost touch with real Canadians. Just look at how the minister responded to my question last June about scrapping the carbon tax. Instead of defending the carbon tax, the minister tried to change the channel by bragging about their higher capital gains tax. Canadians are angry about higher taxes, and the Liberals' bold new policy is to increase taxes. The Liberals have adopted the motto, the beatings will continue until morale improves. The taxes will go higher until their polls improve. This government has lost touch with reality. They've trapped themselves inside a simulation. Mr. Speaker, that's not a reference to the matrix or metaphor. Statistics Canada built a tax simulator. Anyone can download it for free. It's widely used by academics, banks, businesses, parliamentary budget officers, and even the finance department. It simulates the impact of tax changes. The Liberals put their carbon tax in the simulator, and it spit out the number 80-20. The simulator said that 20% of Canadians would pay more in carbon taxes than they receive in climate bribes. The simulator said those 20% were mostly the top 20 of income earners. Anytime a simulator spits out a ratio like 80-20, it just set off alarm bells. 80-20 has its own Wikipedia page for a reason. These technocratic, loving Liberals forget that sometimes a statistic can be both accurate and true while being completely fictional and entirely false. There is a good chance the parliamentary secretary that was selected to respond shortly was handed a speech that includes a phrase like, the average household gets back more than it pays. In Canada, the size of the average household is 2.51 people. Mr. Speaker, I don't need to conduct a door-to-door census to tell you there's not a single household with that number of people in it. Yet the Liberals will tell you the average household is doing great under the carbon tax, that the average household gets back more than they pay. The problem with the Liberals is that the average household of 2.51 people doesn't exist. It's a statistical fiction, just like the government's mandate. More Canadians voted for Conservatives in the last two elections than voted for the Liberals. Yet these Liberals have arrogantly behaved as if they won a majority. So they kept on increasing the carbon tax. They've increased taxes on property and capital. They tax your work. They tax your energy. And if you try and catch a break to relax, well, they increase the taxes on alcohol, tobacco, and cannabis, too. You can't even watch a movie without paying their Netflix tax now. And just to rub the salt into the wound a little harder, on top of the Liberal carbon tax, the video streaming tax, the beer tax, the new digital services tax is the GST. Because nothing says Liberal like charging a tax on a tax. Mr. Speaker, if there was ever any doubt the Liberals are out of touch, I expect this parliamentary secretary to put those to rest. They'll either invoke the simulation to claim the fictional average household is doing great, or they'll resort to climate alarmism and try to convince Canadians higher taxes will fix the bad weather. Maybe they might even do both, but that proves they don't listen to Canadians. It's time for a carbon tax election now.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of National Defence.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I have to say gold star to this member because she actually mentioned something so important that the average households get more than they pay. So, Mr. Speaker, the Conservatives seems to be obsessed, and I say obsessed with the idea of secret cover-up, but there's none. There is none because we always have and will always fully cooperate with the Parliamentary Budget Officer. Our government has actually been clear. The vast majority of Canadians receive more money back into their pockets with the Canadian carbon rebate. And actually, this member just said it. I'm so happy that she knows this. We are responding to the growing climate emergency the world is now facing. And Canadians are seeing it as well. You know, from wildfires, increasingly frequent heat waves, flood, droughts, and hurricane, Canadians are becoming increasingly aware that we need to take climate action now. Carbon pricing is an essential startup to curb emissions because it can't be free to pollute, Mr. Speaker. The Parliamentary Budget Officer analysis of Canada's carbon pollution pricing system confirmed that the majority of households receive more in Canada carbon rebate payments than they face in direct costs due to pricing. Low and medium income households benefit the most, Mr. Speaker, and household in rural area actually, and I want to share this because this is so important. Anyone who lives in a rural area or smaller communities receive actually 20% top up to their Canada carbon rebate, reflecting that they may face higher costs and have fewer short-term options to reduce their emissions. But don't take our word for it, Mr. Speaker. The Governor of the Bank of Canada has explained that carbon pricing contributes no more than 15% of inflation, 0.15% of inflation per year, a tiny fraction of the high inflation we've seen, and economists estimate carbon pricing contributes at most just 0.33% of grocery price increases. Mr. Speaker, putting a price on carbon pollution is a proven method of reducing carbon emissions and continues to be the simplest, most effective way to fight climate change. And that's exactly what we are doing. Because unlike the Conservative Party, we are focused on proven evidence-based solutions to the most pressing issue facing Canadians. The federal government released Canada's 2024 National Inventory Report, which shows Canada is on track to meet our emission-reducing goals for 2026 and on track for 2030. Carbon pricing works, and it shows that the most cost-effective way of fighting climate change. The opposition clearly isn't interested in what we have to say, but would they listen actually to Premier Moe? And I'll say, in May of last year, Premier Moe said that Saskatchewan actually considered alternatives to the federal carbon pricing, but he found that they were all, and I'll say it, too costly. Our government is committed to taking action on climate change, and that's exactly what we will continue to do. Merci, Monsieur le Président.
The honourable member for Renfrew-Nipissing Pembroke.
Mr. Speaker, we need a dump truck to remove all the trash I just heard. Conservatives do not support the Liberal carbon tax. Provinces do not support the Liberal carbon tax. Canadians do not support the Liberal carbon tax. Even the tax-happy socialists in the NDP do not support the carbon tax. Canadians aren't as stupid as Liberals think they are. Unlike the government, Canadians know how far they drive to work. Canadians know how much they spent in gas last week. Canadians know how much they paid to heat their home. Canadians know they pay more in carbon taxes because they passed math class. Unlike this government, which struggles to put 2 and 2 together, unlike the Liberals, common sense Conservatives will listen to Canadians and axe the tax. It's time to have a carbon tax election, Mr. Speaker.
Parliamentary Secretary.
Mr. Speaker, so let me say that, as a government, we remain committed to fighting climate change while putting more money back in the pockets of Canadians. And experts agree that putting a price on pollution is the most cost-effective way of fighting climate change. Mr. Speaker, climate change is real. And unless the Conservatives who are trying to avoid the conversation on a world stage, we as a government have a plan, and we will continue to deliver on our plan to fight climate change and bring real measures of helping Canadians. Merci.
And the honourable member for Courtenay Alberni.
Well, Mr. Speaker, here I am again at the end of the night, the last person here, fighting again for coastal people. Well, I guess that you're right. It's with me and you and the parliamentary secretary, but I'd rather be doing other work, of course, Mr. Speaker. But for 3 years, the Liberal government has allowed a company in Union Bay to break apart not a boat, Mr. Speaker, a massive ship that is extended into the water, over the high tide line, Mr. Speaker, and onto land. This wouldn't be allowed, Mr. Speaker, anywhere in the world. Even in countries that have extremely low environmental regulations like Bangladesh wouldn't allow this type of activity. It is actually unbelievable, Mr. Speaker, that here they are breaking apart a boat that has contaminants in it, Mr. Speaker, without a self-contained floating dry dock. Something that we can do in Canada is break apart ships in a responsible way. And you know what? There's companies doing that. I'm going to talk a little bit about those companies. But they're doing it in the right way because they're following the rules. And when a company breaks the rules, you would think that the federal government would actually enforce the regulations that we have in place. And if we don't have regulations, they would create them. But not in this case, Mr. Speaker. Now, this company in Union Bay is operating despite the objections of the province of British Columbia, who've issued 2 abatement orders, Mr. Speaker. Local communities, the Comox Valley Regional District has an injunction against this company to stop their activity, their harmful activity. They're in court, waiting for a court date. The Sliammon, Mr. Speaker, the Qualicum people, the Comox people have all voiced their opposition to what's taking place. And as I said, nowhere in the world would they allow this type of activity. The province just did an inspection, and when I brought this question to the House in June, the government, at the time, the provincial government had issued an abatement order because they were discharging effluent of 15 times the limit for copper. Mr. Speaker, when I raised this question earlier in the week, it was based on the province issuing a second abatement order, this time 100 times the limit for copper and 13 times the limit for zinc, Mr. Speaker. You think the federal government's baseline would be somewhat, they say it's not as low as the province, but is it 100 times lower than the province when it comes to copper, 13 times lower for zinc? Is that what we're dealing with? I mean, Mr. Speaker, this is absolutely absurd. What's it going to take for the federal government to finally step in? And I've asked the minister about this, and her reply is, oh, we're dealing with it. It's abandoned derelict vessels. We're good. We're getting good at this. She cites their ocean protection plan. This isn't an abandoned and derelict vessel, Mr. Speaker. This is a massive ship being deconstructed. And I want to highlight a couple things, Mr. Speaker. There's lots I have to say on this, and I'll keep coming back if I have to. But there was some lobbying done by C-SPAN. You think a reputable company would be concerned about the fact that all levels of government are concerned about this operation? They lobbied the province. We found this out through an FOI. And Mr. Speaker, the owners of this company, as far as I know and the research we've done, are foreign owners. So what we really want to know, and we know the Liberals and the Conservatives are corporate-controlled parties, but the depth of this is deeply concerning. Is this what's going on? Is C-SPAN putting pressure on the federal government so that they don't take action? Is that what's happening? Because coastal people deserve to know.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of National Defence.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the Honourable Member for his questions. This is a very serious issue, and certainly when I think about the seriousness, I want to make sure that I respond accordingly. The Government of Canada recognizes that safe recycling processes are vital to ensure the careful and secure handling of environmentally hazardous substances such as asbestos, heavy metals, hydrocarbons, and ozone-depleting substances. Canada aims to ensure that ships are recycled safely at the end of their operational lives without causing unnecessary risk to human health and the environment. Ship recycling in Canada is recognized as the most environmentally sound method to dispose of ships that have reached their end of life. Many provisions affecting ships' recycling facilities are governed by the provinces and territories, such as the Environmental and Waste Management and Workplace Occupational Health and Safety. Overall, Canada has some of the strongest laws and regulation across federal, provincial, territorial, and municipal jurisdiction. And we remain committed to working with all levels of government to make sure that Canada's ship recycling facilities remain among the safest in the world. The Canadian Coast Guard has received numerous inquiries about vessels that are intended for deconstruction at the Deepwater Recovery Recycling in Union Bay. The Coast Guard's has undertaken several assessments of the area where the vessels are awaiting the construction at Deepwater Recovery. If pollution enters the marine environment from land-based spill, the Coast Guards will report the pollution to Emergency Management British Columbia and provide assistance as required. The Coast Guard has reminded the construction company of its responsibility under the Canadian Shipping Act 2001 to prevent any release of oil or other pollutants from reaching the marine environment. The Government of Canada, Mr. Speaker, is taking actions to reduce the number of vessels of concerns in Canadian waters and minimize their impact on coastal communities, the environment, and the public. And under the Ocean Protection Plan, as of January 2024, the Government of Canada has removed 584 wrecked, abandoned, or hazardous vessels across Canada. The Wreck, Abandoned, or Hazardous Vessel Act was adopted, Mr. Speaker, in 2018 and came into force in 2019. Of the Act, our strength, the owner's accountability enabled more proactive government actions to address the risk posed by problem vessels. And under the Wrecked, Abandoned, or Hazardous Vessel Act, an owner is prohibited from allowing their vessels to become a wreck due to failing to maintain it. Under Canadian law, vessels owners are responsible for their vessel at all times. They must take all action necessary, including repair, salvage, and prevention of cleanup of leaking fuel and oil. Vessel owners must contact the Coast Guard if their vessel is sinking, has sunk, or is a threat to discharge marine pollution. When it comes to this, Mr. Speaker, we will continue to be good stewards of our protection for the environment and our marine life. Merci.
Honourable Member for Courtenay Alberni.
Well, I got to say, Mr. Speaker, the Ocean Protection Plan that they're talking about sure isn't protecting a Union Bay or Bain Sound that produces 50% of BC's shellfish. It's like some kind of bad joke. This isn't about abandoned and derelict vessels. This is a massive ship being broken apart in the water, on the high tide line, on the shore. This is a massive boat without a self-contained floating dry dock. This is insanity, Mr. Speaker. This isn't about safety and the strongest laws in the world. This is what the parliamentary secretary just talked about. Are you kidding? Has anyone actually gone there from the government to see this? Meet with the First Nations and local governments? They're producing 100 times the copper effluent, 13 times the zinc. That's according to a provincial abatement issued. The corporate influence here is what's going on, Mr. Speaker. The government needs to respond. They need to respond to the people of Union Bay and of coastal British Columbia and to Vancouver Islanders especially. They need to show up.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And certainly we don't take this as a joke, and I'm sorry to hear that the member feels this way, and I want to thank him for his advocacy. Ship recycling is a complex multinational industry. It has also been a growing area of focus for the International Maritime Organization, which has been working over the course of the last 2 decades to support safe, environmentally sound ship recycling worldwide. Canada maintains some of the strongest rules globally for ship recycling, and as a member state of the International Maritime Organization, Canada has contributed to the important work to improve ship recycling practices worldwide. As this government has stated before, many of the legislative provisions that govern safe and environmentally responsible ship recycling fall under provincial jurisdiction. We are committed to working with provinces and territories to ensure we have the safest recycling facilities in the world. Merci, Monsieur le Président.
La motion portant que la...
The motion to adjourn the House is now deemed to have been adopted. Accordingly, this House stands adjourned until tomorrow at 10 a.m. pursuant to Standing Order 24-1.